Hello, hello Arya. How are you doing? How are you doing? This is the time where we finally surrender and stop using bevy. So we are hopefully going to do well now and understand everything that we're doing. Killing bevy man. I'm not killing bevy. I'm just rewriting. Okay, linksider. Cargo. Build. Release. This is the final. Release cargo game, build, release. Let me do this. So that we have it. And then I'm going to switch to a new branch. Where are your projects going? All paused. You're still just playing games? Poggers, it's time. You think it's going to go well? I mean, the when we did it in Bevy, it was going well. So I don't know if Geng is going to go better. I think it will, but all right. Here's a couple of questions though that I was thinking about. Speaking about those, I should open the Firefox and add one more thing that I have just thought about, which is an enemy. Not ink, linksider. Because the coded bevy isn't too spaghetti. Yeah. Not enough spaghetti for my liking. That's the problem. Anime, yes. I just thought about this idea. Enemy, like, I mean NPC basically, right? Move every X turns, like automatically. Just this idea is pretty simple, you know. I think it's just a player that goes automatically. Sometimes it can go like differently also, like towards the player or just to the right maybe all the time, or just to the left, or some other algorithm, whatever the algorithm they have. Yeah, and we can make it move not every turn, but every X number of turns, which is pretty simple. Here's the idea though. If we are going to rewrite, one of the things that I had is bigger movable shapes, right? So if we have a player that's not just one block, but like at least 2 blocks. Speaking about bigger blocks, here's another idea that I had, glue side effect. So how do you, like, you can either start with a big shape, um, or you can convert yourself into a bigger shape by gluing yourself together with another box, you know, so that like once you get glued together, you know, you are just one block, but one bigger block. That might be like a hard thing though to think about. So let's just think about it for a second. What if we have just movement, right? Just left and right keys, no jumps, no anything. And if you are not a one block, because I think one block is pretty simple to understand, but what if you are 2 blocks? Do I have something to draw? The GIMP, I guess. I don't have paint here on Linux. How do I draw? Like this? Okay. So let's say that you are 2 blocks like this, right? And you are standing on the floor. What should happen when you press right? When you press right, you are going to be like this, right? When you press left, you're going to be like this, right? Hello, hello? What if you are at 2 by 2? And I think this is where I have multiple already ways of doing this. Actually, maybe even if we're 1 by 2, there's multiple ways, because I think one of the blocks must be like the main block, which has the face on it, you know, because we are a player on the bottom, right? So then we are doing the same stuff. But what if our face is at the top, right? So how exactly does this work? Do I control the entire block trying to rotate it, or do I rotate it to the left over here instead of rotating the top to the right? And also moving at the same time because of the friction. Or do I control the entire block? Do you know what I mean, Davey? Let's say that we are... that the level is something like this, right? And I am a player which is 3 blocks. Like this. And I'm pressing to the right. What should happen then? Well, I am guessing that we should convert into a shape like that. But what are the rules exactly here? I have no idea. Right now. But there can be rules. I think when you are trying to rotate, you rotate around some point always. So right here, we're going to try to rotate around this point. But then when we're trying to rotate around this, we're actually going to try and convert ourselves into this. But then we're blocked by this block. So how do we figure that out? That we need to move to the left. I think that would be a pretty late game content. I was just thinking, like, if we're doing a rewrite, do I think about all of that stuff immediately? You know, how do I represent stuff inside the game? No. Okay. Well, it's going to be hard to rewrite this later then if we don't think about it right now, is what I'm saying. But sure. Think about basic stuff first, I think. Okay. Yeah. Maybe like bigger, I think bigger shapes is like one of the harder features, which is not even like needed for the game technically. So we can think about it later, maybe for a second. For linksider 2, you know. The one needed is the undo. Okay, undo is going to be easy if we do it in geng, by the way. I just don't know how to do it in bevy, but in geng it's going to be simple. We just save everything. It's easy, you know. But first of all, the game is working and I can save it. Do you have? Do you want me to try out the new levels that you did before I delete everything? I'm going to just move target geng into dot linksider bevy bevy build. Okay, there you go. Sure, why not? Okay, how can you give me the LDTK? You only made 403. Okay, just give me the file and we will try playing it. Unable to find a GPU yet. Well, it means that I need to be some of this needs to be installed on the actual system, I think. Falcon loader probably is what I need. You didn't change any textures on the LDTK file? Not yet? Okay. Wait, what? Panicked at option unwrap. Huh? All done. It worked here. Something about this file is wrong. Or did I make the building correctly? Oh, source game level 49. Level 49. LDTK file could not be loaded or something, I think, is what that means. Anyway, we can run the game. Oh, wait. Now I could not run the game. Is it RNG? It's RNG, wait. It's RNG. Sometimes I can load it, sometimes I cannot. Yeah, that's it. That's my experience with Bevy. It's RNG. Sometimes stuff works, sometimes stuff doesn't work. Okay, so now this level is harder, right? Because we jump from the sides like that. Nice. Okay, you can push these blocks. That not. Okay, that's a crate. That's what it is. Nice. And this is also a new level. Okay. In this level, I'm assuming that we need to push this box to the right. To then jump from it. Wait, actually not. Wait, what? Hold on. Is this level hard? Level is probably hard. The new jump is Pog, isn't it? Yeah. I still think that like the fact that you jump like this is weird. Maybe the animation should be like it's not very obvious still. Visually at least. I understand how it works, but it should be more obvious. I like this one though. The fact that you jump from the side, this is very good. Yes. Wait. Hold on, this level is easy. Hold on. What? All you need to really do is to just jump. Okay. Like this, okay. Still an AI skeptic. What happened? Is there any new news about the AI? Not the intended route? Wait, on this level, not the intended route? Hold on. What is the intended route then? Push it to the right. So if I push it to the right, so I go from here to the right, once or twice? One push only. Yeah, so like this, okay. And I see. Because it's going to make you be able to jump to the right, okay. It's kind of same though. Okay, and that's another new level. And this is something that I thought I would tell you myself. So now we can make a jump through this gap. Unlike before we could not do it, but now we can do it because we can just do this. We can push one guy to the other side. More people are warning it will kill us all. These people are also being given credibility by prominent people who... That's not the intended route? Wait, what? What's not the intended route? Hold on. What's the intended route? What are you talking about? Magnet level is broken. Yeah, the magnets are broken. Like, yeah, okay. I mean, I can do this to jump myself into there. Like, is this more intended? That's like the idea is still the same. Statement on AI risk. There's a Bill Gates here. Okay. What do you want me? Do you want to talk about it? What do you want? Still don't really care too much. Okay. So now we're going to rewrite everything. Which means that we're going to git checkout orphan geng. Switch to a new branch geng. Just seeing if you have updated. I think people who think it's nothing are wrong, and people who are spreading panic are wrong. Okay. I don't think it's nothing. I just don't care. There's a lot of things that are not nothing. You know? It might be more significant than fire or the will. Because what am I supposed to do with that information? Like, what do you want me to do? What do you want me to do? You want me to do something about it? I'm not going to do anything about it. I'm going to, like, what? You want me to try and learn this technology, to use it for something, right? Is that what you want me to do? I don't think it's going to help me right now. I mean, it can help me a little bit, but it also can hurt me if I try to do it this way. I have seen people trying it. People are going to become stupid because they're going to rely on the AI too much. And that's why AI is going to kill us all. Right? So I'm going to save ourselves by not doing anything. That's how we stay smart. I want to know what you think. Open source response is going to be a factor. I don't know. There's a lot of people thinking in a lot of different things. It's a good tool that can be used for good, and it can be used for bad. That's true, which means that it will be used for bad, for sure. Just like every other tool, you know? Using paint for bad stuffs. Well, I mean, when paint just first appeared, Do you not think that it was used for bad stuff when there were no alternatives, right? Like when Photoshop started, people have used Photoshop for bad things, right? But nowadays it's like easy kind of like to tell, right? And also like you just don't believe in everything, right? And it's going to be the same about the AI, you know? Like it's just becoming easier to do stuff. Okay, so we just remove everything. Remove everything. Star. Like that. Do you want to remove 17 files? Yes. Remove. Um, GitHub. Remove git ignore. Remove git modules. Why do I have git modules? It's actually difficult to think of anything that hasn't been used to do something bad. Yeah, exactly. So that's why the AI is no different than a lot of other things. Yeah, right? Do I just remove everything? I had more than just code here, right? I had a website. Yeah, I guess since we are... People are publishing articles about preparing to perform air strikes on data centers to stop AI. Okay. Well... Okay, okay. I will remove everything, fine. Git modules, just file. Git ignore is going to be ignoring the env. And then we're going to have a flake from over here. And then getting status of flake nix, okay. Git add dot add git ignore. Wait, hold on. Git add dot status nix develop. I think you can rewrite all of the basic mechanics in one stream. I don't know, it depends on how much are we going to be distracted, you know? Like if we talk about the AI the entire stream, then probably not. Or if something else. Like, what is it, 30 minutes? And I didn't even create an empty project. So, you know, we'll see. We'll see. Several signatories are part of the group that visited the White House to discuss not long ago. I were playing games when you showed up. That's on me. I'm not telling that you should stop. If you want to talk about it, let's talk about it. Sure. I'm just saying that I'm going to be a little slower than usually. Like, I will be slower than if I would be not streaming, I guess, and just focusing and just writing code nonstop. That's it. Okay. Anyway. Anyway, it's I guess it's good that that I don't live near a data center. So I'm not going to be airstriked. That's what you wanted me. Is that how you wanted me to react to that information? I don't know. Okay. We need to create the project cargo init. Cargo run. Okay, we have a hello world. And then I need to add as a dependency the engine. That is not bevy. I think it will be better for you to follow my process of remaking the game. Maybe one day I will need to code or something and it will help for sure. Okay. We're going to start with not even having graphics. I think we need to start with figuring out how to do the automatic tests of logic, you know? Or do I want to start with graphics immediately? Like, it depends. What we're going like to do exactly here. Okay, we still have just a hello world. Now, if we go into the main graphics first, why not? Okay. Well, maybe not as fancy as we had it before, right? We just need enough to be able to play the game and so that you will be able to do the levels, right? So we need to load enough the levels and stuff like that. Okay, this is pretty basic stuff. We just need a blank screen. Okay, this is a blank screen. Black screen. There we go. So we just commit everything, including the cargo lock, I guess. Sure. Black screen. Okay. So This probably means that we need to start loading the level, right? Which means that I need to still be using the LDTK stuff. Right? Right. Which means that I need to still copy the assets. Copy recursive linksider bevy build assets here, right? So we still have everything, all of the files that we had before. We have all of those here, right? Assets. Okay. And then we need to just load the level, which means that we are going to use a crate, the LDTK. So not bevy ECS LDTK, but just LDTK without the bevy part. A crate for reading LDTK tile map format. I think Nerdcell has auto tiling in his game, and we can use that in the future. Maybe, or maybe we create our own version. I'm not sure how Nerdcell did it. We can also use the auto tiling feature of LDTK so that we can create a layer that describes the auto tiling rules ourselves, you know. But then the integer grid is going to be created using our own stuff. Or maybe, I don't know, is LDTK an extendable file format? Like, can we do more stuff? But we're going to hit the limits of this. We already hit it, basically, right? With not being able to rotate the sprites of entities, for example. Right? LDTK rotating entities. That's the only thing, right? There's not even such a feature, I think. Rotate. Support for entity rotation. See, there is an issue here that people actually want. We're not the only ones. Somebody asked for it on February 5th. I can only upvote this. Having this would be amazing. So yeah, that's one of the things. Another thing is would be like we still want like the ordering of the levels, right? But we want them also to. I think we want basically to have a tree. Like, I am imagining that the levels in the game are going to split into different like stages, you know. And every stage contains of separate levels. That's how a lot of games work, I think. Not only puzzle games. There is not just like level 1 to level 99. There is level 1 to level 99, and then there is a second stage with level 1 to level 99. And the third stage. And then also every stage can be like the easy mode and the hard mode, you know? Like in the Super Meat Boy, for example. Or in Celeste too, right? There's the A side, the B side, D side for every level. Okay. So what we're going to start is with loading the level. For now, we're just going to use with the LDTK because that's what we have. So I need to do cargo add LDTK. Okay. Features download Shima, local Shima, LDTK 093. Huh? What version are we using? Note, we must specify the version of the LDTK we want to support in a feature flag. Wait, huh? The entire crate is automatically generated from the JSON schema from the LDTK repo and can be automatically updated with the LDTK releases. Oh, that's cool. They have a schema file, and then they generate the code from the schema file. I see. So local Shima would use something else. Download Shima. Okay. By default, the crate requires you to pass the feature indicating a version of the JSON schema that is built into the crate that it doesn't require network access to build. But you can also supply the download schema cargo feature to make the crate download the JSON schema from the LDTK repo instead. Which version are we using? Do you know what version of LDTK you have? Version 132. Hold on. Does this mean that this crate is like very outdated? I don't have a version 1. I have only version 093. Hold on. What am I looking at? This was updated last 2 years ago. I see. Okay. Let's take a look at the bevy ECS DTK. What are they using as a dependency? Hey, good luck. Hello there. Thanks. Dependencies. Wait, are they actually parsing the LDTK file themselves? I don't see any LDTK create as a dependency of this one. Let's take a look at the repository. Source. LDTK. Contains all the types for deserializing LDTK file. This is mostly based on the LDTK's existing Rust loader. LDTK IO files, quick type, LDTK JSON.rs. What is this? JSON format. LDTK JSON. They just have this JSON schema implemented themselves. Okay, do I want to parse the LDTK file myself too? I thought this is already done in a crate, but I guess not. You're using 133, yeah. It's definitely more than a 1. Let's take a look at crates.io again. Anything else about LDTK? This is 2 years ago, so yeah. My LDTK. Load data from LDTK, index it, and make it accessible through bevy assets, extract, and use autotile rules. Alright. LDTK2, a thin crate for people to just want to use LDTK files freely. LDTK easy, an easy to use LDTK library. Okay, 1 year ago, 1 year ago, 25 days ago. This one is for bevy, and this one is for bevy. The only things that are being updated still is for bevy. So, okay. Are we going to create our own then? LDTK easy. LDTK Rust. This craze is called LTK Rust. This one also was updated 1 year ago. This library works with LTK version 113. Like the thing is, I don't know what version should we use. We should use just the latest version, and it seems like a lot of crates are outdated. I mean, this is just a JSON file, which is going to make it relatively easy to. We can just work with LTK's documentation itself, right? JSON format. JSON version 133. You might also be looking for the JSON from the next version, 134. See changes, deprecations will be removed in 1.4. Removed since 1.2. Okay. Do we have a version in the... Because JSON root, do we have a version? JSON version, file format version. There we go. So let me see, what version are you using? It's going to be really easy to see by opening this file. And we are going to see JSON version 133, so that's what you are using. Easy. Okay. Well, I thought it's going to be easier, but I think I am just going to load the things that we need from the JSON here, which I can just copy the bevy ECSLDTK thing here, like this, for example. This one is also like interesting because it generates the code automatically. What's that? Bevy is in the past. Yeah, I think so. We tried. It is just too hard sometimes. Although we just started, like, we didn't even start the rewrite yet, and we already realized that LDTK is going to be a little harder to use, I think. Similar projects and bevy integration. Okay, LDTK Rust and Bonafide version of the LDTK bindings created by QuickType with good bevy example that is hopefully useful for non-bevy engines too. Okay. LTK Rust. This one, although, is also had been updated 1 year ago. I thought you got no infection, but now it's spreading already, and you are leaving trusted tools behind. Seek help before it's too late. It's going to be easier for us to reason about code that's not done using ECS. Why is bevy bad? I don't know, because it's hard to understand what's happening. There are good things about it and bad things about it. Conceptually hard. I don't know. It just adds. It's just not simple Rust code. It's not simple code anymore. I don't know how to say it. Doesn't everything get complex when things pile up? Yeah, which is why it's going to be easier if you don't rely on magic that bevy uses to make everything simple. When you just start the bevy project, it's easy. Like, you know how like, because bevy is like dynamic in nature, so like, do you think that Python, for example, is an easy language to use? Because I don't think it is. It is easy to get started with. but then it's very easy to make mistakes, and but it's very hard to maintain. And the bigger the project gets, it's easier to use a statically typed language. Like if your project is more than 100 lines of code, like you should stop using Python, in my opinion, and start using Rust. So yeah, and that's the same about Bevy. It's too easy that it became hard. Well, I think the analogy with the scripted languages is good, because they are also easy on the surface, but then they are hard to use. Okay, I need to like figure out what exactly do I want to use for the LDTK. This one is old, but can I use like okay? Let me take a look at the code of this. Can I generate? Because it seems like they're just generating the schema Rust using build time here, which means that I can just give them my own. Yes. So yeah, the code for this crate is like super simple. They just convert the JSON schema into Rust definition that we can use as typed then. But then how is it really... Anthony's lab, or Anthony's lab, hello there. It's a lab, alright. Hello there. Um... Rust JSON schema to generate schema arrays, generate schema JSON from Rust code. No, I want the other way around. Generating Rust type from a JSON schema and generate which are serializable with SERDI. No check-ins such as min values are done, but instead the structure the schema is followed as closely as possible. So is what that's what they are doing. Schemify. Generating Rust from JSON type def schemas. It was a huge headache raising already, and thought watching Kube is going to relieve. Is it working usually? But now as well, getting rid of all memories of Bevy and headache is just gearing up more. No. We just remember Bevy as being good before we dive deeper into it to find out even more issues. Did we start creating level editor first, like GFO, so we don't need to worry about parsing LTK file? No, it's going to be easy. I'm just trying to like understand which approach do I want to take here. There's like so many options that I can go now that there is not an existing crate for the latest JSON, for the latest LDTK version at least, you know? So I could, for example, just copy this module from the LDTK, which gives us the schema definition, which they seem like they have written themselves. We can write this thing ourselves by following the specification from the LDTK IO JSON format. This is specified here, right? Everything. That's what's like we can follow the documentation. So this is also maybe is a good thing because I'm going to understand what is inside the LDTK file then. So maybe that's how I want to go about it actually. So we create basically our own crate for LDTK parsing. Links for the browser? That's a lie, though. I'm not using links for the browser. That's a lie. As you can see, this is Firefox. But we are using Linux, Nix, and NeoVim. My previous love, Bevy? No. I said that Bevy is hard to use before, too. Layer tile entity field. Definitions. Seems like there's not too much, actually. Like, I can go through this pretty fast, I think. Not super a lot. You use NeoVim and links? You use links? How do you use that? What do you use it for? Do you use links to watch the stream right now? Because I don't think you do. Okay, but also we can automate this process by using a crate such as a Shemify, which converts a JSON schema, which we can download from over here, right? Somewhere. We can download the schema, and then we can convert it into Rust code ourselves. Or automatically by using this crate, or by using whatever crate is going here, TD code gen, JTD code gen. It's a binary, not a library. For general browsing, it's ideal. No ads or distractions. Just next. What are you browsing so that you have distractions and ads? Like what? If I go to Google, do we have ads here? Where are my ads? Or is it because I'm using ad blocker? Who is odd Envimer but no appreciation to use purely links? Actually, I am Envimer, but I think NeoVim is also something that I might drop at some point and go back to VS Code. Right now, it seems like VS Code is strictly like it has more features than Vim, and it's easier to use, and it's more productive, I think. I've been using Vim before for like a year at least. I don't remember exactly how long, but that was a long time ago before NeoVim even existed. Then I started using other stuff, and now we're using Vim for like what, a week? I don't know. There's a lot of issues with it. Okay, let's just commit to one of the solutions that I want here. Right. which is I'm going to let's take like a minute more to see what are the existing solutions, the other existing solutions. Uh, 1 year ago, 1 year ago. That's the implementation of the auto tiling. Okay, fine. Okay. Let's just go and parse the JSON file ourselves. So what we're going to do is we are going to actually create a crate then here. So we're going to do cargo new library LDTK. Okay. And it's going to be our dependency. Oh, yeah, LDTK path is LDTK. Instead of using the LDTK from crate.io, we're going to have our own crate that does that stuff. Okay. All right. So we just need to start converting this documentation. That's easy. JSON root. Let's go. LDTK. LDTK JSON root. I think we just move this to the side. And yeah. BG. Okay. Background color. Surdy rename BG color. Okay. BG color is going to be color. For now it's going to be string, but technically it should be X RRGGBB. Do they not support the alpha? Because they say hex color RRGGBB. Let's take a look at our world LDTK. BG color, yeah. Red, red, green, green, blue, blue. Okay. I don't think. Surdy serialize. I mean, we just want to deserialize technically. Okay. So I'm going to add here Surdy version 1 features derive. Cargo test LDTK. Okay. This is derive. Deserialize needs to be imported. Use Surdy. Deserialize. Okay. And now we can have this public. This is to do. Okay. Definitions. A structure containing all the definitions of the project. Definitions. This is going to take a long time. Hold on. Is this what I want to do? Okay, maybe not too long. Okay, fine. I started. I will continue. We are writing our own LDTK library. Definitions. Entities, enums, external enums. Okay. Yes. All right. Definitions are definitions. Struct definitions. Do 5 serialize. Okay. This is what we're going to do next. For now, let me just do the root. We have definitions. We have background color, and then we have external levels, which is something that we're not using technically, right? External levels, boolean. If true, one file will be saved for the project, including all its definition, and one file in a subfolder for each level. Oh, I see. Okay. True. This is a boolean. And we have IID. IID. Unique project identifier. Why do they call it IID, not UID? It's a string. Okay, then we have the JSON version. File format version. Okay, you know what? I'm just going to do this. Surdy rename all mixed case. Is that how I do it? I think that's how I do it. PG color. Defs. External levels. Boolean IID. Okay. JSON version. Version. Levels. This is array of level, so list of level. Okay. Level is to do. Unknown rename rule mixed case. Do they call it camel case? Maybe. Okay. Then we have talk, array of object. All instances of our entities and have export to talk file enabled. Okay. To do talk. I don't even know what this is. Do we have it? Export to talk. What am I doing? So we have in our game, the level is done using the LDTK level editor. And I'm writing my own crate now to parse this. The level for it, even though like there are some existing solutions, but well, the crates on the crates.io, they are kind of outdated a little bit. Like this LDTK crate was last updated 2 years ago, and it only supports LDTK version 0.93, and we are using version 1.3.3 right now. So yeah, I think it's also like a good for myself to understand what's inside this level editor, like what they can technically support. So I can go through this documentation, hopefully relatively quickly, to see what's inside there and understand what the level editor can do already. So yeah, we're just like loading this manually, basically. I'm not sure if that's what I should be doing, but You know? That's what I'm doing. All instances of entities that have a flag enabled are listed in this array. The array contains objects with the following fields: identifier and instances. Array of reference to an instance. Sounds annoying. Yeah. Which is why I should not be doing it. But, I mean, I was just wondering if I should do it or not. But it's just some work that I need to do one time. Yeah. So I think it's okay. For the JSON value. To do. Okay, so the JSON is also something that I need to add. World grid height integer, but can be null, so it's an optional integer. This field will move. Oh wait, warning, this field will move to the worlds array. Oh wait, so yeah, they're going to have multi-world update eventually, Davey. So if like, see, that's already what I can see from their documentation. We were thinking about having multiple worlds in the game, and they are going to actually have it. Do they have it right now? They don't, right? That's the LDTK. Like if I load my world view, there's only one world right now. They are going to support multiple worlds. So at some point, not sure when. Actually, one of the things that I could do is not go through everything that we need, but only load the things that I do need, you know? So I don't necessarily need all of that. Maybe that's going to be easier to do, you know? Yeah, maybe that's probably what I should be doing. That's probably what I should be doing, actually. I'm only going to support the way we're doing things right now, which is one. So external levels, like I can delete all of the things that I don't need technically. World grid, yeah, whatever. World layout, also something that I don't need. We're just having all the levels in a one stuff, right? Okay. I think that's a better way to do it. For now, it's going to be easier. Especially if we eventually move to our own level format. Level. This section contains all the level data. This can be found in two distinct forms depending on the project. Current setting LDTKL file is just a JSON file containing exactly what is this below. What is the other format though? Okay, hold on. Two distinct forms. The one form is LDTKL, and it is below. Okay, I think what this means is that's what we have in the thing. Okay, yeah, we have identifier for the level. Let's just do the things that we need, right? Identifier, string. What else do we need from this? Layer instances, an array containing all layer instances. Important is the project option, save level separately. This field is null. world depth, world X, world Y. We don't need this, we don't need that. Height of the level in pixels, width in pixels, unique int identifier, unique instance identifier. Oh, it's instance identifier and unique identifier. Different things, apparently. Layer instances. Do we have this? Levels. Okay, levels. Identifier. Layer instances. Yes, we do have layer instances here. Okay. Array of layer instance. Okay. I think that's all we really need. Layer instances. Stack of layer instance. That's all we really need. The identifier and all of the layers that we have on the thing. Layer instance. Layer instance is going to be entity instances, list of entity instance, grid tiles, list of tile instance is also something that we will need to have. Entity instance. Tile instance. I think we're going to debug. Debug. So they say only entity layers and only tile layers, which means that this thing is optional, maybe. I mean, I can just try testing what I have. I need to create a test here. Let me do test load. Okay, so I'm going to do file is going to be stdfs file open path from environment variable cargo manifest directory join dot join assets join world ldtk wrap cargo test. Wait. Yeah, we need to path create from it and then be joining. Doesn't have a size known at the compile time, the env. We need a reference here then. Extracted path found reference to string. Hold on, how do I use it? The environment macro. Actually, hold on. I'm just going to not use the macro, but instead std and var expected path found result wrap expected path path new, I guess, instead of from is what we need. Then we do a reference. Okay, nice. So this file exists, everything is fine. And then we do reader is stdio book reader new file, and then we do ldtk is 30 json from reader unwrap, right? The type of this is ldtk, and then we do print ldtk question mark hashtag, so that it's nice and everything. Okay, so basically we are missing field layer instances in the current thing. Layer instances is missing. For a level. Not all the level have layer instances, really. And now we have passed. Can I do no capture? If I do no capture, then I will be able to see what we have. So here's all the levels that we have parsed already. Level 0, level 1. None of those have layer instances, which is weird. That's wrong. Hold on. That's completely wrong. Right? Because if I go here, I have levels. Identifier, layer instances. There you go. This is here. Layer instances of the level. Yep. Oh, because I need to rename all to camel case too. That's what I need to do for everything. Okay. So layer instances is not optional. Okay. So for all of the levels, this is the last level. Entity instances are empty, grid tiles are empty. So they're saying here that our layer instance has entity instances and auto layer tiles. So this is not optional actually. This is always there, but they are only present, only non-empty for, I guess. Yeah, so this one has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 entities, but 0 grid tiles, which makes sense. Okay, nice. It's going to be easy, I guess, in doing this instead of supporting every single field that I need. Okay, so for the levels, we need to load the entity instances. So let's go here. Entity grid tiles. That's it. That's it. right? Let's go for the entity instances. We need grid-based coordinates, XY format. Okay. Okay, grid is going to be a grid boards. I mean, just vec2 i32. That's all we really need. Rename zeros underscore underscore grid. For whatever reason. Okay, cannot find vec2. So I also want here to do bedbox LA git. Okay, that works. Okay, we have grid coordinates for every entity, and then entity definition identifier. Identifier. Okay. Pivot coordinates. I don't think we need that. Smart color. Field instances. We will need that eventually. Height. IID. The X with pixel coordinates. Yeah, I don't need pixel coordinates. I will only need the field instances eventually. Field instances. List of field instance. Okay, so we can start by just loading the players from the level because we are going to see the entities, right? Right. So let's go to the definitions. Definitions is going to have entities. It's going to be a list of entity definition. Entity definition. Okay. So technically, what do we need here? We need an identifier. We need an identifier. User defined a unique identifier. Okay. What else do we need? An object representing the rectangle from an existing tile set. Okay, so that's what we need. Tile rect. Tile rect. Tile rect. This can be null, but we are using tile set, so it is not going to be null for us. Tile render mode. Tile set ID. Int can be null. Tile set ID for optional tile display. Tile ID deprecated. Replaced by tile rect. Okay, width. UID. I think that's all we need. We just need the tile rect. And then we know how to draw it on the screen. Okay. So tile set ID is what we need. This is not going to be optional for us. So an integer. I64. I guess. ID. I don't know. I64, whatever. Okay. And then that's all we need for an entity definition, actually. Technically. Field definition. You can safely ignore it, okay? Nice. Then we also have inside the definitions, we need to have the tile sets. We only have one tile set right now. We will not have more, I think. Tile set definition. Let's go. Grid-based height, grid-based width. Okay. And then not image height, not image width, but I want. Do we use spacing? We don't use spacing, right? Do we? I mean, I can use spacing, whatever. Let me see. Identifier. Wait, but tile set ID is an integer. Is it the not the ID but index? Or is it the UID? UID? Because that's the only thing that's integer here. Okay. Width. Grid width. Underscore C width. Okay. And grid height. C high. Alright. Embed atlas. The atlas used as internal LTK atlas image instead of a loaded one. I'm not sure what we are actually doing. We are going to have optional enum definition UID for this tile set meta tag. Not sure if we need that. Tile grid size. What is tile grid size? Hold on. Let me take a look at our LTK file. So we have tile sets over here. We have 12 by 6. UID is 6. Identifier is soft vibe. Relative path is the path of the of the image itself. So we're not embedding the atlas. Pixel width of the image and pixel height of the image. Tile grid size 16. We can use some of those for assertions. Cached pixel data is something that we can safely ignore, I think. Spacing 0, padding 0. So I don't even need to support that then. Cache pixel. Oh shit! Why is this here? Average colors. Why is this here? Okay. What is tile grid size? 16. So this is the size of one tile in pixels, I think, of the image. Which also I think we don't necessarily need right now. Just because of, like, I'm just going to support the way we are doing it, and if we are going to use some other approach, then I'm going to support more. I think that's like the better approach right now, instead of supporting everything inside LDTK, right? I just need to support what we have. So if you are not going to add space, if you're going to add spacing at some point to the tile set, then it's going to break, right? But I mean, just don't do it. You know, just don't do it. I think we just need the width and the height. Grid width and grid height. And then also the relative path to the source file relative to the current project JSON. It can be null if no image was provided. Okay. So we do rel path is going to be string. Or can I just do a path boof here? Does this work? In value type null expected string. The error message is not very great here from the Surge.json library. Like, what expected string? Expected path string. Oh, for the relative path? Hold on. Is this? Yeah. Okay. The relative path is what we don't support for some reason. This can be null. Does this mean that we have a tile set which doesn't... Wait, hold on. Do we have multiple tile sets right now in the LDTK? Well, path. Yes, we actually do. Well, we have internal icons, that's why. Do you use internal icons? That's what we have. I don't think you use those, so we can ignore those, but sure, we can make this an optional thing. I used to do just for temporary stuff. Okay. Well, okay, I'm just going to support it, whatever. I'm just going to not load them. I think. So that's all we really need, I think, right? The width, height, and the relative path. Okay. Let me see. We don't have the... for rendering, I need a tile... For the entity instance, I need... Yes, for entity instance, I need one more thing. No, not entity instance. Entity definition. Entity definition. Tile rect. This is what we need. Tile set rectangle. Wait, this is X, Y in pixels, so I don't even need to know technically, which is weird. But then I need to know for the tile set the entire height. Okay, fine. Pixel. Okay. Pixel width is an integer. Although we technically already know this based on the texture. Pixel width, pixel height. Okay, parsed successfully. Tile erect. Let's go. We are going to have W H X just have an integer like an I32 instead. X, Y, and the UID of the tile set, okay. Which is weird, like, it means that tile set ID is listed twice here for the entity definition inside the tile rect and inside the entity definition itself. Tile set ID 6. And then there's also tile set UID, which is also 6. So those two are the same things. Okay, fine. I guess it's for backwards compatibility. Is why they have it. Okay. All right. So now that we have loaded the JSON file, we can also load the texture itself. Right. Okay. So I think this is just like the JSON definition that I'm going to have. So JSON rs. I'm just going to actually delete this and rename this to JSON rs. And then we have the actual librs here, which is going to say mod JSON. So this is just the definition of the JSON here. Is what I'm saying. Right, and then I also want to be able to load with the textures. So now I'm going to convert this into my own like intermediate format, I think. LDTK is going to have levels, which is going to be a list of level. I'm going to mirror this, but create my own stuff here. Levels is what we need basically, right? Okay. Okay. Player instances, okay. So basically in the level we're going to have layers, which is a list of layer. Think. And layer is either entities, is both list of entities, and tiles. Well, tiles is something that we don't have yet. Entity. So for entity, we're going to have the position is going to be this. And texture. Texture. Going to have a reference to the atlas, reference counted ugly texture, and the UVs is going to be this. Yep, that's all we need. We are going to add here also the ugly. Okay. So that's all I really need to like render the entities. Okay. This is going to be closer to our internal representation in the game, actually. Maybe that's not even the LDT gates. Okay, anyway. Anyway. We're going to have the async. Actually, hold on. I need the actual reference to the entire engine here, I think. Yeah, basically, I'm just going to do implement geng asset load for LDTK, right? Yeah, and I'm going to say here. Hello, Rust Analyzer, is it working or no? No code actions available. Geng asset load. No code actions available. Rust Analyzer is stupid. I should be able to implement missing members here. Okay. Const default next option string is some LDTK. And also I don't see the actual error messages here. Could not start the FS event watcher for the path. I see. What is taking so long? Oh. What's wrong with the Vim here? It wasn't actually doing anything. I just didn't update my window, see? VS Code is better. We might go back to it at some point. To missing load. Anonymous lifetime. I need to have static here. Alright, so load. Can you please like do this for me? No code actions available. No code actions available. Okay, fuck that. Function load. So we need a manager. And we need path. It's going to return asset future self. That's it, right? Okay, so we do manager. It's manager clone. Path is So first of all, we need to load the JSON file itself, right? So JSON is going to be file load. Why don't I have my auto completion? I think my Rust analyzer is just not working. LSP restart load JSON from the path. Base path. Base path parent wrap. Load JSON unwrap. Await question mark. JSON is JSON LDTK. Okay. Over here, I'm going to create self, and levels are going to be JSON levels iterate map create a level. A level is going to have identifier. JSON levels iterator. Identifier is going to be level identifier. And layers are going to be level layer instances. Oh, see, now nice. I have my Rust analyzer working again. So we do into iterator map layer. I'm going to move this back here. Okay, I will need to collect those into a deck again. I need to collect those. Comma. Okay, and then the layer, to construct the layer, we need to have the entities. Entities are going to be layer dot entity instances into iterator app the entity. Select. Okay. So every entity needs to have field struct field. Yeah, position. Position is going to be entity dot grid. Grid position is what we need, and then texture is going to be texture. The atlas is texture atlases using the entity dot it's called tile set, right? Why don't I see all the fields here? Identifier, field instances, grid. Oh, hold on. Yeah. All right. I guess entity is not something that have a. I guess texture is what I mean. Is something that is reference counted itself. Yeah. Okay. So texture is getting from the definition. Entities entity dot identifier, right? entities from the identifier. Texture clone. Okay. Let's see. Now we need to create the entities. Entities from the definitions. From the JSON definitions, entities, we convert those into entity definition. Something struct entity definition. It's going to have texture, reference counted texture. Okay. Entities is going to be a hash map from string into the entity def. So we need to map those into the key. The key is going to be entity identifier, and the value is going to be entity definition. Where the texture is going to be texture atlas is going to be tile sets entity dot tile set ID texture clone, and UVs is going to be bevy to point. Well, this is the UV actually. Hold on. Tile set is tile sets entity dot set ID. Hold on, before that I need to create the tile sets, I guess. That's the base thing. Hash map from an integer to tile set def. JSON defs tile sets into iterator map set tile set UID and tile set definition. The definition is going to have a texture, reference counted texture. Okay, so texture is going to be match tile set. We have pixel width, we have pixel height, and we have a relative path. Exclamation dot files. I need to add this command, right? You want to see my dot files? Okay, I'm going to be the bot myself. What we're using right now is this. It's not very like, you should not study based on my dot files though, because I've been using NixOS for not very long, and the NeoVim also is basically the NVChad right now. It's a little bit modified NVChad is what I'm using for the Vim. I want to convert to my own custom one to customize more things, but I didn't get to it. Okay, so I'm going to match here on the relative path, and I'm going to say that if we need to load from some path, then we're going. Do something. Over here, we need to do async stuff though, which is weird. It means that I was thinking of testing Nix soon, and it tips of where to start. I think if you want to start with Nix, I suggest you to read this one. I was just googling modern Nix tutorial, Nix from first principles, the Flake edition. So because there's like two versions of the Nix. Do you want to try the Nix OS or the Nix package manager itself? But I think this one is a good stuff because basically the Flakes is the new way of doing Nix, but it's not officially stable yet. But everybody who is using the Nix basically is using Flakes nowadays. So it's not officially there yet, but that's what we're doing. Nix package manager. I don't know. I didn't try Nix package manager on its own. I just went ahead and installed NixOS immediately. Alright, we need to load the texture here, but loading the texture is an asynchronous operation, which means that I cannot do this inside a map here, I think. Which means that this is going to be... Can I convert an iterator into a stream and do stuff like that? Why do I have low FPS? Hold on. You should start streaming coding too. Right? Start streaming coding. I don't have a spare computer. How now to install a new OS? Yeah, I guess I installed this first in the virtual machine though. Although some things were not working inside a VM, so yeah. I installed it not on a spare computer, but on a spare disk because I have multiple SSDs on this PC. One of them still has the Windows. Why NixOS? Because I was interested in it, but I mean, it depends on your goals. If you like, do you just want to learn new stuff? Then you can go and learn it. It's because it's easy to maintain, I guess, because all of your configuration is just one file. It's like maintaining a script to install your operating system from scratch, but then you never test your scripts, right? Or like or you never reinstall your system also. I don't know. But using like the Nix configuration for my entire system, I can install the same stuff on a different PC like easily, and I will have exactly the same environment as I have here on my laptop, for example. There are still some things that I don't really like about it, like Nix the language is a dynamically typed language. If you like dynamically typed languages, then maybe it's okay. It's pure functional, dynamically typed programming language though. So the pure functional stuff is what I like, but the dynamically typed, that's what makes it hard. You know? On the other side, like NeoVim's configuration is also Lua, which is also a dynamically typed language. But I didn't do as much of the NeoVim configuration yet. But yeah, the idea is to have an easily reproducible system. Use Teal. Teal is Lua but with types? Is that what you're saying? But can you use teal for NeoVim? Can like everybody provide types for their NeoVim plugins so that I can configure my plugins using typed language instead? That would be nice. So teal is just like TypeScript for JavaScript, but for Lua, right? And then so then all I need really is to have a typed language, but for Nix, you know? Can we create a typed Nix? Can someone do it? It's easier to maintain the system. Because otherwise, like it's especially like with dynamically typed languages, the problem is like when you're using a dynamically typed language, especially if this stuff is not really documented, then you need to look into source codes all the time, you know, and you need to look not only at the definition of the stuff but also at the implementation, because in the dynamically typed language you only know what something should be when it actually is being used, right? Whether but like for example on the Rust side here, right, you have a function and you know that this manager is not just anything, right? It's an asset manager, and the path is a path, right? You know this by just looking at the definition here of the function, and you know what this function returns. It's a future, you know. But in a dynamically typed language you would need to look into the implementation of the function to figure out what those arguments needs to be, you know, and that's what makes it hard. So the types is the automatically tested documentation, because it's like a documentation that doesn't go out of synchronization with the actual implementation, you know. So yeah. Okay, so now I want to figure out how to do a little bit of futures in Rust. Rust future stream Rust iterator into stream. Can I do this? I never did it. So we yeah, future stream iterator converts an iterator into a stream, which is ready to yield next value. Okay. Is there an iterator next? Wait, hold on. There is a function called future stream iter, and when I'm searching for the iter, this function is not listed here. Wait, hold on. What? This function is not here. Oh, because I'm searching in parameters for some reason, in names. There you go. I guess that's how we do it. I would just like to have a combinator here, like into stream. But instead, I need to do stream iterator like this, right? Okay. So we're going to map here. Hold on, I didn't really like use streams much. Collect. Stream X collect. But this is something that we need to await, basically, right? Await. If this is a stream, this also needs to give me results. So yeah, the problem here over here, I need to load a texture, right? I'm going to do manager load from the path, right? And I'm going to await it here. because this is an asynchronous stuff, and do a question mark, because this also can return a result, which means that I'm going to do OK here. Is there a try collect? Try collect. Oh, there is. Nice. Try collect question mark. Okay, await is only in this, so I need to do async move here. Try collect exists for, but it's okay. Let's try collect exists, but the trade bounds were not satisfied. It's not map, I think. I need some other combinator for a stream. For a stream. There's stream X. Okay, over here. I can map, but I want to map and do a future basically on every. Or can I do an iterator of futures and convert that into a map? Rust iterator futures. Your avatar is green screened? Oh no. Oops. Yeah. Also, if you try to fart, it's going to be green screened too. You don't see the particles, they are transparent. Because I'm having the green screen actually on the window. And it's because the browser source doesn't work for me still. How to deal with map iterator impl future. I should be able to use join all. Join all is a good thing. Yes, I can do that. Maybe let's do that actually. Instead of doing stream iterator. Okay, let's do this. We into iterator, we map, so we have now all of the futures, right? And we're going to do to join them in parallel by doing futures join future join all those, right? Await into iterator try collect. Question mark. This is going to work. It doesn't complain, so probably this is how this is going to work then. Okay, nice. So now we have loaded all the textures, basically, and all I need here is to have the UV. So the atlas is going to be tile set texture clone, and the UV is okay. So we have UV. Point entity dot tile rect x Okay, I see. That's what we need to do. X city tile rect Y. Stand positive. Tile rect W. Tile rect H. Then we convert the coordinates into floating point numbers. And then we divide every vector map bounds. V divided by tile set, texture, size. Okay. Because we need to convert the texture coordinates from pixel coordinate into like the coordinates from 0 to 1. Okay. Is this going to work? I cannot infer on the line 40. Okay. Line 40. Anyhow, result. Okay. Can I do this? Okay. I guess I cannot do that. Our result. Okay, this doesn't work, does it? Why not? Cannot infer the type parameter. But anyhow, result is where the error parameter is already specified. Okay, fine. To do okay. Anyhow, error. Okay, now something doesn't work. We have captured the manager. I see. We have captured the manager. Oh no. Do I need to move? Maybe I don't need the async move here. Can I just do an async? Oh, no. All we really need to is to have references here. Manager is reference to manager. Okay, now it works. And also, by the way, this path is relative to the base path, so we're going to do base path join path here when we're loading. Okay, so the code compiles. The code compiles, and we have this as an asset now that we can load. So let's try actually running it here inside the game, right? Okay, we're going to have assets. One of the assets is the LDTK, right? World is LDTK. Use LDTK. So we are running loading here, and we are saying that assets is geng asset manager load from run directory main assets wait wrap. Is my Rust analyzer broken again? Why don't I see any errors on my screen? And why can I not format? Cargo run. I don't have any errors, but wait, why is the code failing to come to format then? Cargo FMT. ArgWFMT works, but the Rust Analyzer formatter doesn't work. Fine. Let's see if we're going to actually like load it. No, we panicked because something is not yet implemented. I did a to-do somewhere. LDTK source lib 46. 46 over here. Oh yeah. Over here, I'm just going to do rc new. We're going to create an empty texture here, basically new with manager ugly size. Like we do a texture 1 by 1 pixel with RGBA transparent. What's transparent black color? That's what we want. Okay. This doesn't want to format for some reason, this file. Unused import base path. Wait, how did it even... I think it works. I think we loaded everything. Alright, now we need to draw. So okay. Let's do something for now that the level that we're drawing is an index into a level, right? Let me do level 0. So I'm just going to... This is so annoying though. The fact that I cannot format using the Rust Analyzer. LSP log, maybe? What do we have here? Unknown request, trigger parameter hints. Fly check, file with cargo diagnostic not found. I don't know what this means. I don't know. Maybe I just restart the LSP again and it's going to work. No idea. Because I think I had the code completion here either. Okay, so we start with level index 0, right? And then over here I'm going to just draw the level, which means that I'm going to do, say, something like level is self assets, which means that I need to assets here, by the way. I'm going to reference count those two. It still doesn't work. Oh, maybe because, yeah, this is not done yet. Assets dot world levels self level. Okay, so that's the level that we want to draw right now. And we're just drawing the entities as they are. Right? So we do for entity in level. What is the level? Reference to the level, right? For entity in level dot. Why don't I see anything there? Entity layers. Level layers. Yes. I wanted to have this in the completion. Maybe there's too much snippets. I need to disable snippets in my completion. Yeah, we need to draw all of the layers. Right? And then we do for entity in layer entities. We draw an entity, right? So entity has a texture. Yeah, this is weird. Like, I want the fields on the top, basically, I think, and then methods, and then no snippets. We have texture, and we have position. right? So I'm going to do draw 2D draw. I don't think even think that I have an option right now in the engine to draw the part of the texture instead of the full texture. So we will need to implement that too. Also, we need a camera. All right. Let's have something like that. Camera and drawable. Draw 2D textured quad. I don't think I can give it a part of the texture, which means that instead we're going to textured polygon. For now, new, and over here we have textured vertices and the texture. Okay, yeah, let's do that. Vertices and texture, it's going to be entity texture texture atlas. Yes, texture atlas is the texture, and then the vertices are going to be the quad based on the yeah. Okay, and then we're going to just make it more efficient later. For now, it doesn't really matter. Textured vertex. Position, color, and texture coordinates. I see. Okay. So texture coordinates are going to be the texture. Hello? Where's my completion? UV. Okay, I have completions here, right? UVs. Hello? Okay. Bottom left. White. Position is going to be 0, 0. Okay, we need 4 vertices here to create a quad, right? So 1, 0 is going to be bottom right. And then we're going to have 1, 1, which is top right. And then we have 0, 1, which is top left. Okay. Consider removing. Deleting a reference. Where? Photo texture today is not implemented for the RC. Okay. Alright. I see what you mean. So this works. And then I can translate this into entity position. And that's it. All right, let's see if we're going to see the player on the screen now. Not only the player, the power-ups are also supposed to be here. But I don't see it. I don't see anything. Where's my player? No! Boss champ. Well done. Is my camera view not enough? Maybe the field of view is too small. You see the player? Wait, you did see the player? Are you trolling me? Or did we see the player actually? Alright, let me also do this handle event. You down. Left. Hmm. It's a game for blind people copying Davey. Okay. I actually see it. I see something. I think the problem is, like, we see some stuff here. The problem is that the texture coordinates from the thing is wrong, because I think they are doing the coordinates in the texture being with 0 0 being the top left, but I do the y coordinate that always is pointing up, which means that I will need to. Yeah, I'm actually like wondering about their coordinate system. Is the grid coordinate also going up and down? Anyway, we are almost there basically, and then I'm going to do the tile sets, and we're going to be done. Right? Right. Yeah, I mean, like 2 hours to just load the LDTK is not too bad, because I need to do it myself. But it's going to be easier to also have our own file format, which is probably not going to be far away from LDTK anyway. Yeah, so over here, basically, what I need to do is map bounds vx and 1 minus vy, because I need to insert the y coordinate basically. I think that's it. And preferences base path. How did this end up here? I have no idea. And we have also 0 warnings, which means that it's a good code. Okay. As you can see, we can see the player, which is upside down. We can see the exit, and we can see the power up. The camera is a little broken. So wait. How did we do the camera previously? How did we do the camera previously? I think we made it 100 FOV vertical, 100 pixels, because we worked with pixels previously in Bevy, because that was the easiest way. And then follow the player, yes, but also I mean, I'm not really like having the entities that are moving yet, right? I'm just loading the level for now. But I think in Bevy we had the camera that was 100 FOV in pixels. But for now, now I'm doing 100 actually tiles. At 100, if we divide this by 16, right? Because in LDTK, your one tile is 16 by 16 pixels. And we're going to see the game in the same dimensions, basically same resolution as we were previously. But then I don't see it because it's outside of the screen. Huh? Was it not 100 pixels? Source. Game. Odd. We're spawning the camera with the fixed vertical of 200 actually. 200. 200 divided by 16 then, not 100. It's going to make it exactly the same. Okay. I do see the bottom of the player. And here's the thing. Also. And we're doing upside down, right? Let me open LDTK. Again, load world. So what is this? Grid coordinate 0. Yeah, the top left is the 0, 0, which means that this position is 4, 6. So if I want to convert to my coordinates too, then I need to change the coordinates from the level size somehow. Or I can just negate the y coordinate. That's also pretty easy, I think. Maybe that's what I do. Over here, when I'm converting to my internal representation, the position of the entity is going to be entity grid x and negative entity grid y. Or I could make my camera like flipped, but I don't want it, right? I want to work with something that I'm used to, which is when the y coordinate is pointing up. The y-axis is pointing up. So I need to do a little conversion here of the coordinates. Also here, I guess I also need to swap then the UVs. Hold on. And then this is something that I did already. Okay. Okay. So there you go. The player is now a little bit to the... So yeah, this is 0, 0 over here. And the player is below. Yeah. So everything is in the negative y coordinate, but that's something that we can change. Also, as you can see, the texture is not pixelated, which means that it's easy to fix here when I'm loading the textures. When I'm loading the textures, texture set filter nearest texture. Consider give it an explicit. Wait, what? Oh, I need a reference counted texture. That's right. Okay. Okay, now we have a pixelated texture of the player, right? Let's work on the tile, on the regular tiles, right? So we only loaded the entities right now. Let's load the other layers, which is going to be. Let's see. We have layer instances, and layer instance have entity instances and grid tiles, which is the tile instance. So I need to load again my. I'm wondering why my FPS on the window manager itself is like less than needed, less than it can be. LDTK IO. Let's go and follow the documentation a little more. JSON format. We have a layer definition, which is going to have inside of it the no, not the layer definition. We need what? Layer instance has grid tiles. That's what we need. Only tile layers, yes. Wait, are we using the integer grid layer though? Or are we using the grid tile layer? Do I need to do the automatic tiling rules then? Hold on, let me take a look at the world LDTK layers. Levels. This is the levels with the layer instance. Layer instances. That's the first one. Then we have the tiles. Grid tiles are 0. Entity tiles are 0. We have the integer grid. So integer grid we do have, and then we have the auto layer tiles. Auto layer tiles. So we have the integer grid, CSV, and we have the auto layer tiles. CSV, lol. Why do we have CSV inside of JSON? Okay, so the field that we are interested in, I think, is the auto layer tiles, right? Because that's what it is. Auto layer tiles, yes. So an array containing all tiles generated by auto layer rules. The array is already sorted in display order. That's good. Note, if multiple tiles are stacked in the same cell as the result of different rules, if multiple tiles are stacked in the same cell as a result of different rules, all tiles behind opaque ones will be discarded. That's okay. That's okay. Yeah, we just need auto layer tiles, I think, in the layer. Let's go. So layer instance, grid tiles, I don't need that even. We need auto layer tiles, which is going to be a list of tile instance. Actually, are you using the grid tiles for some levels? Maybe you are. Maybe I will just see if something doesn't work, then we will do it. Okay, let's take a look at what tile instance is. Tile instance has A, which is the opacity float. We have F for lib bits. Lib bits? Oh shit. Okay. F. Let me at least copy this, because A doesn't give me enough documentation here. Lib bits. F is an integer. U8, I guess, is going to be enough. We only have 2 bits after all. Okay, and then we have the px, pixel coordinates of the tile in the layer. Pixel coordinates of the in the tile set. Don't forget optional layer offsets if they exist. Oh, layer offsets also have, but we don't use those, do we? Okay, px. Don't forget, they say. Okay, well, we'll try not to forget. Source. So they don't have the integer position of the grid tile, only in the pixel coordinates. Okay, so we will need to convert those into the... I guess we don't really need to. The tile ID in the corresponding tile set. I don't know what it is, but okay, sure. I mean, no, I don't need it. Good. Okay. Okay, alright. So if I have a tile instance, layer instance, this means that the layer instance needs also to have the tile set somewhere. Because, like, how do I know which tile set is this tiles getting from? The definition of the UID of the corresponding tile set, if any. Okay, that's what we do. Alright, level tile set def UID. Not here, in the layer instance. Okay, so this is going to be an optional UID int, which is an i64, right? __ tile set def UID. Okay. So they don't specify over here pixel coordinates of the tile in the layer, but what is the tile size? The tile size is defined in the tile set then, right? Tile set definition. Pixel width and pixel height. No. This is the width and height of the actual texture. Right? Tile set definition. Image height, yes. Tile grid size. This is what we want. And then to know about tile grid size, integer. I don't even have the comment here what this means. But okay, I will guess. Okay, so now that we have this, we can load the layers, right? So every layer, basically, we will have a mesh, basically, that we are going to create only once, right? So entities are not like super efficiently rendered right now, but we can do something pretty efficient for the layers. Right? So I'm going to just have a mesh here, which is going to be I'm going to create vertex buffer, static one. And the data is the vertex data that we need, right? Mesh is optional. We not always draw. Mesh is optional. Layer instance. We're doing the auto layer tiles. If this is not empty, right? If layer auto layer tiles is not empty. Well, if it's empty, then we're going to do none. No. Let's do not empty, then some, otherwise none. Because maybe we will create the meshes other ways too, for the grid tiles or whatever. Okay, over here we create some mesh. So mesh is going to use a texture, and so yeah, vertex data is what we need, and we need a texture. So texture is going to be, let's see. I'm going over here to say that tile set is tile sets from layer tile set def uid. So this must be present tile set uid not set for auto tiled layer. Okay. All right. And then the texture is going to be tile set atlas clone, right? So what is a mesh here? Let's go to the definition of the layer. The layer is going to have a mesh, which is going to be an optional mesh, right? Mesh is going to have vertex data, which is going to be a vertex buffer of draw to the textured vertex, I think. And then texture is going to be a reference counted texture. Okay. And from the tile set definition, we also need for the tile set definition. What is this texture? All right, texture and mesh. Well, I guess technically, actually, you know what? I think for every entity we will also just create a mesh, and that's how we do it efficiently. That's how we do it efficiently. But for now, we're not going to do that. For now, we're not going to do that. Let me just do a to-do here. Texture, to-do, remove, and just use the mesh. Okay. So I need my tile set definition to have tile size in pixels. Tile size is going to be equal to tile set tile grid size. I didn't close something. Mismatch close and delimiter. New static. Okay. There we go. Tile set atlas. No. We have tile set texture. I guess. Okay, so the data here that we're going to create is going to be auto layer tiles into creator flat map. So for every tile, we need to create a square, basically, right? Right. Okay. Let's do tile dot so source is where we are getting this from, right? Right. Let uv is going to be equal to tile source. Okay, but we need it to be from, instead of from top to bottom, be from bottom to top. This is in pixel size. Hold on. Do vec2 tile source x, tile source y, but y is going to be flipped around, right? So I'm going to do tile set texture size y as i32 minus 1 minus this. So that's how I flip it. And I convert the coordinates into floating point numbers, and then I divide by tile set texture size. Okay. And then UV size is going to be Effect to splat, tile set, tile size divided by tile set, texture size. Okay. So this is UVs, and then also the position. So position is going to be back to tile dx. I don't like working with pixels here. I guess it's because different layers can have, but yeah, for now this is going to work. Tile px px x, tile px y. We do negation here, right? Negative. And we divide by tile set tile size. Okay. So we do 4 vertices. And then we also do color. Color is going to be RGBA.
Hello there.
Oh, bad cop. So color is going to use the alpha that we have specified inside the tile A. Draw to the textured vertex.
Hello, bad cop.
Hello,
Hi.
bad cop. Oh, and just here, hello. Add a comment.
Hello, bad cop.
There you go, comment is here. Okay, now we are missing some fields. And also, I will need, after flip mapping, the collection of the vertices into the vertex data.
Squiggly rings.
I think rings is here though. But
Hello, bad cop.
yeah. Isn't this too loud for you though, the commands? Tired Beaver, hello there. Who got that NeoVim setup going? Yeah. I am currently in the process of I'm just beginning of rewriting the linksider into not bevy, and we're starting by parsing the LDTK level here by hand. You're not a plant anymore? Hold on. That avatar, because when I moved to Linux, I like some of the stuff got reset. Petcop underscore plant. Wait, how is your avatar called? Movieman TV. You're a crab again. What were you before? Yeah, I didn't reset everyone. Let's see, what do we have? You were Imupomo? You're getting green screened? Oh, wait, you are a plant, but you're getting green screened indeed, yeah. I need to fix how, I need to figure out your plant has died. Oh, Jess has a special Jess avatar, okay. Okay, there you go. I need to figure out how to actually capture a window with the alpha channel, so that I don't need to green screen it, because like Icy Lava's skin is also being green screened, as you can see. Also a little bit cursed. It's a browser source? No. The browser source doesn't work for me at all. And it would work if I was doing that browser source, but my OBS in my Linux doesn't support the browser source right now, so I need to fix it. Or I need to, so right now I'm actually running a program locally, and I'm capturing the window on the Wayland. And when capturing a window, can I do the stuff? I don't know. I should be able to do it when capturing windows, because that was working on Windows at least. You're surprised OBS works at all on Wayland? I think it works pretty well on Wayland. The reason browser source doesn't work is not because of Wayland, it's because of the packagers of NixOS. NixOS, OBS, browser source, acceleration is not enabled. There's an issue here. So I can fix it myself by compiling, I think. Although I tried and it didn't work, but also they can fix it for me. Anyway, cannot divide this by that. Alright, textured vertex, okay. Color, color. Position is going to be position. Texture coordinate is going to be UV. Alright. Alright, and then over here we do plus spec 2, 1, 0. UV is going to be UV plus vec2 UV size x 0. I think we do here what is this? But then I also need to do actually 6 vertices because I'm going to need to draw triangles. So I do quad 0, quad 1, quad 2, and I do quad 0, quad 2, quad 3. And here we do 1, 1 plus UV size 0, 1, 0 UV size y. Okay, this should work. Let's see. So I'm not really drawing it yet, but I'm at least generating the vertex data. Now all I really need to is to just do the draw call. I think. So yeah, I'm just going to do we draw frame buffer. Program is going to be self and draw to the wait, do I not have the shaders available? No, I don't. Okay. Okay, I need a shader. Okay, I'm just going to then have it in my assets. Wait, why is my why am I doing 99%? Hold on, is my stream lagging? What is lagging? 99% CPU power. Something is wrong. My stream is not lagging? Okay. But something is wrong here. Probably Rust Analyzer? Yeah, most likely. Let's see. What is causing the lag? Rust Analyzer is already at the top. No, it's OBS using 130. No, hold on. I'm only using 20% though. Hold on. No, we're doing fine right now. But still, OBS is using a little too much, I think, for some reason. Hyperland is also using 80%. Hmm. Yeah, my Hyperland is lagging. What's my GPU usage? How do I see my GPU usage on Linux? Do you know how to do it? Think I'm using too much GPU power? No, I'm using AMD. AMD GPU is what I'm using. I'm not doing anything like serious though, so you know, maybe 130 FPS. By the way, it means one core is fully used. So overall, it's just like 20%. But still, I think Hyperland is using too much. Like this should not be used by Hyperland, right? OBS maybe. Radio on top. Collection data. Graphics pipe, 12%. Okay. Yeah, this thing works. We are using 1 GB of video memory. Yeah, I'm only using 15% of my GPU, which is more than needed, but I think it's because of my overlay. My overlay is using it. We don't really see what apps are using the GPU though, right? Okay, I don't think the GPU is the problem. We are seeing high CPU usage for some reason. And also my Rust analyzer like almost always breaking. Tired Beaver. Do you use the Vim for this? When I was using VS Code, it was also breaking, but not as often as when I'm using the Vim. Look at this. Request handler panicked, index out of bounds. I have this all the time from Rust analyzer. You get that as well? Like in VS Code, I also use Rust analyzer, but it doesn't crash this much. Like I don't know, once a week maybe I get a crash when I'm using VS Code, but in Neo Vim I already restarted my Rust analyzer like 3 times today at least. Is it because I'm using a different version? My Rust analyzer is coming right now from the Nix packages. You stopped using Rust analyzer because it was so resource hungry. Now you just spam compiler. Oh wait, so you just don't have the completion then, though, right? I guess, I don't know. I remember, like, when I started using Rust, Rust Analyzer was not even there. So we basically had no auto-completion. Hello, Brainoid, how are you doing? Didn't see you in a long time. LSP restart. Okay, let's restart it. Just use C tags. Didn't see me here, but it did see me at dance. Yeah. How's your game working out? Do you? I only was there once on them stream where you were talking about the game, but didn't really listen to the stream much. Are you like trying to get back to it, or are you like still working on it constantly? I don't really know. Okay, you are progressing. We are regressing because we have literally deleted the entirety of the game here today, and we are rewriting it from scratch, the linksider, because using bevy was I don't know. I feel like it's going to be easier if I use my own stuff. You are working constantly. Dennis trying to get. I see. Okay. Okay, is my Rust analyzer working already? Hello? Auto completion. Hello? Hello? Oh, there we go. I think I just need to be able to draw the mesh, but okay, sure. I'm just going to do this here. So the vertices are going to be mesh. Okay, we'll do if let some mesh is layer mesh. Then we draw mesh vertex data, uniforms, I mean, that's all I really need, right? No, that's not all. Also, texture is going to be mesh texture. And then the last parameter is going to be draw ugly draw parameters. I just do default, I think. This is a macro. Buffer size. Shaders. Trade bound. Okay. Okay, the only thing that is needed is this shader. Huh? Duplicate definitions with name new. Wait, what? The name game is defined multiple times. Wait, what? What happened? Oh, I just copied the entire file. How did this even happen? That's what I'm talking about, like NeoVim. Like, what did it do? How did it happen? Why is my entire file is now twice? here. Delete to the end of file. Okay, there you go. Okay, we still have 2 errors. Get and find camera. So this is self camera. And shader. Okay, now we don't have any more errors. Nice. Now all we need is to actually have the shader. So yeah, right now we fail because the shader is not loaded. I have format on save. No, I don't. I think format on save is why Rust Analyzer was breaking for me often in the VS Code. But right now I don't have the format on save. I press space FM. That's what my formatting is bound to. Okay, I just need to copy him. Creates raw shaders texture into assets. Cell. It might be an issue with formatting an unsaved buffer. I think I just pressed something on accident because everything is just like this, but then I didn't realize, because when you paste something like this, your cursor is placed before and not after. So like if I on accident copied the entire file by pressing, I think it's because of Control C. Control C is bound to, maybe I need to just unbind, because Control C right now is bound to yanking, copying the entire file. So then I press P and it pastes the entire thing. Maybe that's why. I need to unbind it. So yeah, I just didn't realize because I was pasting in the beginning of the file too. Okay. Withdraw. There's one thing that is left. GLSL is not being highlighted. I need a plugin for that, I guess. Oh, I don't have this color. Okay, sure, let's have this color. Why not? RGBA white. The funniest Vim incident you had when you did a macro recursion in Vim, you didn't know how to stop the recursion, so you panicked and closed your terminal. I can see myself doing that. And if that doesn't work, you just restart the PC. Maybe then it's going to work. Okay, model metrics is also one thing that we can support. Sure, let's just support it. Why not? Okay, we have something. So our tiles are not exactly correct though. We're doing something wrong, which is the texture coordinates are wrong. Okay, let's go into LDTK library. UV UV position and size. I guess. Wait, I know. It's like one tile off. Texture size, Y. We need the top. The -1 is also weird. This should not be here. This should not be here. But I need to also subtract. Also subtract tile set, tile size, I think. Okay, nice. We are almost there. We're almost there. We have loaded the tile set. We loaded the entities. Probably not everything. We have some like problems with the artifacts on the edges of the tiles, but now since I did it myself, I can fix it myself. You fix it by just adding some epsilons to the tile coordinates, I think. Right? Okay. Now let's move what? What's the next step? All right. 3 hours we loaded the entirety of LDTK at least. That's good. That's good. What is geng? Sounds like it's an STI. What's an STI? Don't look it up. Alright. Okay, hold on. I will look it up on the other monitor. Department of Trade and Industry. Okay, yeah. That's not what it is. So why does it sound like a sexually transmitted disease? Geng is the engine, the game engine that I'm using, our own custom engine. The engine is not a disease. Even although there have been some people who have told us that what we are doing here is a disease, that it is spreading. But it's not. Okay, we need to implement at least like some stuff, right? I need to figure out what. When we have the LDTK here, we're going to have the level, right? Level is going to have layers, and layers have entities. Yep. Yep. But what entity is the player, right? That's what we need to figure out. So entities are based on the type of the entity. You know, I've got syphilis, I've got gang, are very similar. You think so? All right. I'm using NixOS, by the way. Is that similar too? I'm using Rust. Is that similar? Hmm. Very similar. It's ECS. No, it's not ECS. I don't like ECS. ECS bad. Well, we might have our own like different implementation of ECS, which is going to be good, but right now we don't have it. Okay. Okay. Okay, alright. I think what I need to do here. What do I need to do here? And to start implementing at least a little bit of logic, right? So like every entity. First of all, we are going to have the type of an entity here. Identifier, I guess. Going to be. We can do a reference counted string, I guess. Entity. Whatever. Just string. I can also simplify this code, but whatever. I mean, extract the methods, but whatever. Identifier. Identifier. So now we know who is a player and who is not a player. All right. Let's just move our camera towards the player right now. That's what I want. See the levels better. Just going to say that if we have a player, which is level, layers, iterate, flat map, layer entities, find an entity where the identifier is equal to the player, right? So if we can find a player, then I'm going to say that our camera is going to be centered on player position. On the center. That. But key to change the levels to. Okay. So now we can see all the levels that we have created from the LDTK file. Okay. Nice. This works. This works. Let me commit something. I have been done too much without committing. This is going to be me. Loading LDTK. So the entities, they only live in the assets right now, but we need to actually create them and spawn them so that they can be interacted with. And for that we need the like the representation of everything inside the so like the game state. What do we have inside there? The actual game state, right? Game state is going to be, we have players, which is going to be a list of players. Player. So the reason why I don't like ECS and bevy is because like this is going to be much easier to do in normal code, I think, and to reason about it than in the ECS. You just see that you have a list of players, and player is something. I have position, integer, right? And we also will need to have a rotation. It's going to be integer. Rotation. We'll see. Layer. So for now, I'm just going to save the texture here, right? Or actually, we need to move to meshes. Mesh. RC, LDTK mesh. That's what I want. Yes. Game state has the players. This is only the visual representation. We're going to move it away eventually. So yeah, I'm not going to be drawing the entities, right? This needs to be like draw mesh. Draw mesh. I can do colors. I can do transform matrix. I guess blend mode for semi-transparent stuff. Straight alpha. Pre-multiplied is what I want to migrate to. So here, color is color. Model matrix is matrix. Frame buffer. Okay. From mesh. Frame buffer mesh. White. Identity matrix. All right. So here's the entities. I'm not going to draw them anymore. I'm just going to delete that. Okay. And also make sure that over here we don't even have the texture anymore. So this to do is what I'm going to fix. I'm going to just have a mesh. Let me do reference counted meshes too, so that I can clone them easily. Why not? So entities also, instead of texture, we're going to have reference counted mesh. We already have reference counters, so mesh, reference counted mesh, mesh, reference counted, mesh, where texture is this, and then the vertex data is going to be something like that. So we have the UVs, and this stuff just needs a reference counting. All right, and here, and to create a new quad. Quad triangles. Hold on, let me do function quad. We're going to have the position, size, UV size, and color. That's going to be my little helper function here. Function quad, position, size, UV size. It's going to give me a list of 6 Textured vertices 6. Yeah. So we create a quad and then we do that. Mm-hmm. Actually, you know what? Position is point position extend positive. Yeah, let me do this. Position is erect and UV. That's all I really need. Okay, the position here is going to be bottom left, UV, bottom left, and then we do let V F row to D, textured vertex, position is F, position V, FUV, VT, for some reason it's called here, color. Okay, so quad is vertex, X bottom left. Okay, so that's what we do. We have bottom left, we have bottom right, we have top right, and we have top left. Put a value for create color. Okay, we need a color here too, right? Color. Okay, now we don't know the type, so yeah. This is a function. Hold on, how do I give this one a type? Because I want a lambda that takes a lambda as an argument. I cannot do an impl here, right? Impl fn. I cannot do that, right? Impl trait is not allowed here. Okay. I guess I can do a reference here, a reference to the dynamic function. That's something that I can do. Then I cannot consider this, giving this closure an explicit type. Maybe I just needed to give an explicit type there. Let's just do dynamic. So I'm going to do this. And that's it. Okay, this compiles. This compiles. Okay. So quad is going to be position extend positive at 1. Then the UV is going to be point UV extend positive with UV size. Okay. Nice. So now for the entity, where for the entity, we're going to have a mesh instead, right? So mesh is going to be entities mesh clone, and this mesh is being created over here. So the UVs is a okay. So we do a quad here. Position is going to be For an entity, what do I need to do? Just do 0. Stand positive 1. UVs. And color white. And then we create a vertex buffer here. Vertex buffer, new static, manage your ugly. And then this is the data that we have. This is still mismatched. We need a vector instead of an array. Can I just do an into? Can I convert an array into a vector? I can. I know Kuvi is not about all the best drama, but couldn't help you point to this. Comment from Cart. Okay, Cart is the creator of the Bevy engine, right? And the recent Rust drama about the Rust Conf keynote. I know about this. I don't know. There is a lot of people who talk about it. Open source is just nightmare sometimes. I have full control over Bevy's project structure, and I have still burnt out more than once. Running an open source project is fed by a unique mix of passion, ego, obligation, and social pressure. You can easily feel trapped, no way to step back. Of course, I love working on Bevy and get a lot of fulfillment from it, but that's kind of a problem. Striking a balance is possible, but extremely challenging. What do you want? What is the drama here? That's okay, that makes sense. Rust drama is not really worth the time. Yeah. This article and comment from Burn Sushi make it feel like Rust is a burnout factory. Even the creator of Rust had burnout and left the project. Maybe it's just open source in general, and especially for a large and successful project like Rust. It reminds me of when I ran a Warcraft guild, trying to get 42 working adults to show up on a raid night. Burnout City. The comment was nice. Yeah, I mean, this comment is nice. Nothing dramatic about this. It just, yeah. Regardless of what happens, the language still remains. Yes. Well, I don't. Yeah, I don't know. Has anyone actually like turned away from the language because of what's happening with all the drama? I don't think. I don't think so. Right? They're just being irrational. Maybe people are leaving the language like JT. Is JT leaving Rust? Living using Rust. JT said that they are living like contributing to it. Leaving the team is not different. Is not the same as like leaving whatever. Yeah, probably still using the language. It would be a good opportunity for a new language to appear now that all the drama is happening, you know? Something that is like clean and doesn't have, you know? But even though what is happening is like, I don't know, it doesn't matter too much. I think it's going to get sorted out. A clean language. Icy is making a language. A clean language. Well, Rust has some issues that I still don't like, but I mean, it's just like comparing to all the other languages, Rust is better. But there can be a language that is better than Rust. I'm talking about the language, but like since the drama is happening, is what I'm saying. If a new and better language was to appear right now, it could like it could get more attention now when the drama is happening than on the other than on some other day. Like the Barnes troops said, there are only two kinds of languages: the one people complain about and the one nobody uses. Yeah, no. I can complain about Rust a lot, but still, like I said, it's the best one out there. The other ones is where you complain more. There are two kinds of languages: the ones that you are complaining about, and the ones that you are complaining about 1,000 times more. I think, yeah, something like that. Of course, there are better, less drama languages than Rust. Yeah, the Crab Lang. I know, but that's done by a Trevi. We know that one. Okay. Ah. And then, of course, the APL. What is APL? A programming language. I think we looked at this already before, right? Is it a programming language, though? Wait, HTML text removal. That's what you'll write in this language? What is this? This is not a W. Is this an emoji? All right. Yeah, okay. There's also J. Based on APL. Okay. It is Unicode characters. Yeah, I know. I was making a joke. When is the going to be actually a language that uses emoji as keywords? Like, this is too low level. We need emojis instead of that. Just check out this beauty to calculate anti-primes. Rust. Wait. Rust over here. Translation of Go? What? How would someone translate anything from Go? There is much better alternatives here. Alright. That's probably, like, if you are saying that this code is bad, that's probably because they have translated it from Go. Okay? Anyway, what's wrong here? The first 20 anti-primes. 1 to infinity scan. Count the visitors. For each print. Okay. Two plus 2 to this filter. Okay. I don't know. I don't like this code. Like the fact that you can write functional stuff in Rust is good, but I think this is overused in this example. Sometimes just a plain 4 is looking better in my opinion. Like when you're counting the divisors of a number, for example. Okay, what was I doing, guys? Did you distracted me? What was I doing? I'm drawing a mesh now, right? Go run. Okay. Okay, so now we only draw the level itself. Okay. Now we also draw the level, and we need to have our game state initialized. LDTK level. I think I want this also reference counted. Why not? Let's do reference counting here. I didn't check the APL version. All right. APL. Let's see. APL. Okay, so there's an arrow here. F L underscore. Okay, well, I mean, yeah, that's, I don't know. I mean, I don't know the language, but maybe if you know the language, then you're actually going to understand what this means. It doesn't mean that this is bad code. It means that I don't understand it. It's short, right? The only problem with this language is, is that how do you type out those symbols when you write this code? But if you like some of these symbols, I can understand easily. The arrow keys, the not equal, probably means that this is not equal. Commands. We don't have commands. Command. Single letter function names. Are we declaring a function though, or are we using some pre-existing functions here? They had a special keyword for it back then. Clong reference. Clong is an expression-based language that is inspired by K, which is in turn inspired by APL. Alright. Clong. Syntax. A is BC, meaning A can be written as BC. Rules can be recursive and mean or. This is this or that, okay? Okay. I will not be looking into that. Let me work on the game, guys. How do you try to distract me so much? Okay, I'm going to create a game here using level this. The level is going to be assets, the GK level low levels level. That's a safe approach. Don't look at China or better things and get interested in. Maybe I will look into it eventually. Just not today, okay? Have you tried writing APL yourself? APL is trash. Just kidding, just kidding. Okay. So next time you are shopping for a keyboard, consider buying one of these. An APA keyword for the next generation. Okay. A level. Level clone. Mm-hmm. My rationalizer is not working again. Is not working again. Like I have a compilation error right now, but it is not showing in my Rust analyzer. In my Vim. Is my Vim broken? I don't know. Maybe. How do I know what's broken? I think my language analyzer is broken. It breaks all the time, and I restart it sometimes, and then it's working again. Rust analyzer is a weird thing. I don't know. It was working like okay-ish in my VS Code setup, but not in the Vim setup. Do you recommend the spam compiler? So for the spam compiler, what you are saying is that we go into projects, linksider, and we set up bacon. You know, are you using bacon? That's what we can do. Bacon is literally just spamming the compiler, right? Instead of doing the Rust analyzer, LSP. You have never heard of bacon until now? So that's what I do. I just open a different terminal, and it's going to recompile the code every time I change something. It's doing just cargo check in background and providing me with the overview of all of the errors that I have. So yeah, like right now, main 45, right? We don't have an LDTK here in the assets because it's called the world instead. And now I have a different one at line 45. I cannot clone it. No method clone for the LDTK level, but it's because I didn't save this file. Yeah, I guess so. I guess that's why my Rust analyzer wasn't working, because I broke the other crate. I see. It makes sense. But then I didn't see the error. Okay, now we can go back to main. It is 6. Bacon better than APL. Bacon is pretty good, yeah. If you are spamming the compiler, I think that thing is good. But I think you are supposed to be seeing all of the overview from your Rust analyzer anyway. There is a plugin for NeoVim that somebody suggested to me that I didn't install yet, which is wait, okay, which is the Trouble NeoVim. This one. So this just shows you the overview of all of the problems in your code, just like in VS Code over here below. So this is doing the same as Bacon, but the LSP, all of the diagnostics from the language server, I guess. Bacon, basic to C compiler transpiler. Oh no. Mm. Never got around to understanding anything about fourth or Fortran. Of course, one should know a bit. Fourth is very different from Fortran. Basically, written by one man is still living. The language is really inventive in its design, relies heavily on the stack logic. You made a fourth inspired language. Wait, hold on. Guys, my mouse is laggy. I think something is wrong. Something is wrong with my entire PC here. Like, why is my window manager laggy? Why is my mouse feels laggy? Rust analyzer probably. I mean, no, probably not. Or if like, no. Like the input from the mouse is wrong. Like when I'm trying to move my mouse from one position to another, it's moving incorrectly. Battery in mouse. No, not battery in the mouse. Maybe it's the mouse polling rate again. I don't know. How about why do I not have a 144 FPS on my window manager? When I'm moving my windows, I should have like 144 FPS, but I don't. Run a lib input. How do I install lib input? Lib input debug events. Okay. Should I do a sudo? Okay. Here's the pointer motions. Yeah. Bacon made the mouse sick? No, it's not the bacon. It's not the bacon. I think it started a long time ago. I mean, it's it's the APL. It's probably the APL, yeah. That's probably it. I think that like my window manager was laggy a long time ago. If we look at like the top here, right? Then at the top we will have the OBS using a little like 1.5 cores, and Hyperland is using also a little less than 1 core. So like Hyperland is using too much CPU power for some reason. Hyperland is not supposed to be using this much CPU power, right? Hyperland is Wayland, yes. But I didn't have this issue earlier. Like when I started the stream, it was all smooth. And like I've been using the Hyperland for like a week already. This is the first time I actually feel the lagginess. Something is going on, and I'm not sure what exactly. Hopefully, we don't get even more and more laggy over time. But the mouse is like very bad right now. Like using the mouse is very hard. I mean, not very hard, but I mean, I will not be able to play a game with this mouse. Like some of it looks like some of the events are being skipped from the mouse movement actually. Like if I move the mouse a same amount of space on my mouse pad to the right and then back to the left, it's not always getting back in the same position. Yeah. Like I'm trying just moving mouse left and right, and like now my mouse is on the right for some reason, even though it's still in the same position, you know. And something is going on. You have any ideas? It would be coding with APL keyboard. You would have no mouse, and there would be no absolutely zero mouse lag. Well, I'm coding right now in Vim, and I'm not using mouse too. So yeah, that's why maybe the issue was there earlier. But I just found the issue. Okay. Anyway, left is -1 and right is +1. And also, let me change this to something like page up and page down. Rust Analyzer is not able to show the error mouse trapped coincidence. I think not. Well, Rust Analyzer is working right now, so I can see this diagnostics, right? This field is never read. Wait, where is this diagnostic? Field geng is never read, and I don't see this in Bacon. And this also is showing on the line where we have the rotation, where we don't even have the field geng. Hold on. Rust Analyzer is doing something very weird. Fields in this struct, that code, that fields, position, rotation, and mesh are never used. Okay, this diagnostic though is completely wrong, and where is it coming from? I have no idea. In this struct. That's not even a struct, that's an empty line. Hello? Okay. Okay. So we need to create a game state here. State is going to be game state. Okay. I don't have completion again. Oh, because this is LBTK level. Okay. Layers. Flat map. Here, layer entities. Filter entity identifier is layer. Map. player. Going to have mesh, a mesh. Wait, hold on. Entity is a variable of RC mesh. Huh? Position, position, rotation, 0. Added flat map. Okay, that's why. That's why. Mesh types. Select. So now that we have the players, let's say that this is our game state. All we have is the list of players, right? And I guess the level also is part of the game state technically, right? Let's have the reference to the LDTK level. That I don't need the level here. So if let some player B, instead we do self-state players first, and we do this. A player in self. What is happening? I pressed caps lock on accident. Okay, I'm going to draw the player now. Which means 4 player and self-state players. Self-draw mesh. Frame buffer. Mesh is going to be player mesh. Matrix. Translate to player position. Okay. So now I'm going to see the player. Right? Okay. I'm going to see the players and not the power-ups though. Then we can start actually implementing the mechanics here. So for the game state, let's do this right. Do move and then direction is going to be direction, just like rotation. It's going to be an enum direction left. Stay. I'm just going to call this input actually. Input left. Skip. All right. We don't have the ability to skip in the game right now, but maybe we will have it later if we're going to have like NPCs or enemies that move automatically. So that's why the input don't have that too. So basically what I'm going to do here, so the easiest logic is going to like be me ignoring all the walls, right? So I'm going to just do war player in self players, player position x plus equal match input left -1, if skip 0, if right 1. So that's going to be me, and yeah, and I need to call this method when we are handling the error, the input over here. The left self state, do the move, put left, the right, input right, the space, input space, input skip. So now I'm going to be moving in the world too. Right? Okay. So, and I think, Davey, we're going to skip the animation for now, right? We're just going to implement the logic here of everything. So I can move right now, but by the way, I'm moving all the players at once. I'm not having the selected player yet. Let's have that logic too, right? Selected player is going to be just an index right now. We're always going to select the first one in the beginning. Selected player 0. Change player selection self delta. Select new is self the player delta if is less than 0. New as self players length -1. Price if new is more than series length equal is 0. Selected player is new. Try into. There you go. So change player selection is using the key up and down and tab, right? up, or tab is going to be self state, change player selection, this, key down, self state, change player selection, -1. Okay, so on a level with multiple players, like here. Okay. I'm not using that selected level yet, right? So I need to do move. I'm going to say that the selected player is self-players, self-selected player. This. And self-state selected player. We go. Now we're also changing the camera towards the player. Moving one or moving the other. Okay. What we need to do now is implementing the actual mechanics, right? All of the game logic, I want to be to have it separately from the rendering and every other thing. Logic. It's going to be here. I just need to do some stuff to be public. So like the mesh over here should not be here because this is what is like about rendering, and I don't want it to be in our logic so that we can create tests and everything without rendering. Okay, so this works. Now I just need to implement the logic. So yeah, we also didn't really load the integer cells, right? We didn't load the int cells, and that's what we need from our level. So let's go and do this. So yeah, we have layers. We have entities. We have mesh so that we can draw the layer, right? But we also need the actual integer grid. So let's go back. To ldtk.io. See what we need from our JSON file. So bad. Yet. Is it going to be fixed if I just restart myself? I need to figure out what the issue is caused by. But basically, I'm trying to move my mouse in a circle, right? And it just moves away. I don't know what's happening. RNG mouse. Okay. If this like continues, I will just go back to Windows, you know. So we are going to go back to VS Code instead of Vim, or to Windows instead of Linux, and to Geng instead of bevy. um. Yeah, I need to see what's here. Layer instance. We have in the layer the int grid CSV, right? A list of all values in the integer grid stored in CSV format, comma separated values. Order is from left to right and top to bottom. Is it only in the CSV format? I guess it's only in the CSV format. There's also the int grid that was before, that was an array, but this was replaced by int grid CSV. So they thought that CSV, the comma separated values, is a better thing. Okay, well, I guess maybe it is. Let's go to JSON layer int grid CSV. Wait, they say array of int. Is it actually array of int? It's not an array of int. CSV is probably a string. Inside of a string, we will have an array of int, but let me see. World.dtk int grid int grid CSV. There you go. Wait, it actually is a list. It's not a CSV. It's a JSON list of integers. Layer instance. Okay, let's go. Int grid CSV list of integers. A list of all values in the int grid layer stored in the CSV format. Order is left to right, top to bottom. 0 means empty cell, and each grid values start at 1. So I think technically we can use a U-sized here. An unsigned, I guess, integer. The array size if is width by height, okay. See width, grid-based width, and grid-based height of a layer. Grid width. Grid height. There's also the offset of the layer. X total offset. Layer X offset, including both instance and the definition offsets. Okay. I don't need that. So now that we have the integer grid CSV, we can convert this into something better, right? Layer, layer. We have entities, we have mesh, we have integer grid, which is going to be an optional 2D array of integers. Okay, 136. Int grid if layer int grid CSV is empty, then none. Otherwise, some like a sideways mountain. Yeah, I'm going to change it later. I just want to make it work. You know, I'm not extracting stuff into the yeah. Someone once came into my chat and they saw the same stuff. APL would never be, because in APL you just write everything in one line, or what? Let's count this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 levels of indentation. So yeah. Just going along with Hidus. Okay. Some okay, so now we need to convert this like stuff. Some grid. Okay. I'm going to do grid svec. So the first one is X and the second one is Y. Let's do this. Over here it's going to be layer grid width. Over here it's going to be layer grid height. To do remove the smooth. Okay. For index value in layer integrate CSV, iterate enumerate. Maybe I should do something about it, because like I cannot even like see. I can fix it by going full screen, you know. Now I don't have the wrapping of code anymore. Okay, now we can work again. I say grid somewhere is equal to value, but where is it? So I go from left to right, from top to bottom, right? But I want really what I want. Actually, what do I want even? I think I need to do something else here. index value I think I'm going to have here a instead of vec, right? I'm just going to have my integer grid in a hash map for potentially infinite levels. I don't know why. But I want to do this. Hash map into an actual value. Okay. I guess it doesn't matter how exactly I am representing this. So I'm going to map from index and value, right? I need to store basically the value, but the key is going to be what's my x and what's my y, right? My x is going to be index percent layer grid width, right? So it's from 0 to width. We're going left to right, top to bottom, first row from left to right, over the second row, etc. Okay. And then we do index divided by layer grid height. And then we negate this because we negate all the y coordinates. That's what we're doing. So that's our position basically. Okay. This should be working. We have, yeah, okay. So let me just test this by rendering a debug overlay over here. Over here, I'm going to do for layer in self state level layers. If some grid is layer and grid, then I'm going to see for position and value. For position and value in grid, I'm going to do geng draw to d draw frame buffer camera, not draw to d. Yeah, that's good. Text unit using the default font. Text is going to be value to string, and the color is going to be white. And we're going to translate this to the position. So now I'm going to visualize the integer grid. And also one of the things that I didn't have in bevy ECS LDTK, I guess that's a little too big. Let's do a scaling here. by 0.1. We can add 0.5 here so that the text is in the middle of the cell. Okay, well, something is wrong here. Hold on. Something is wrong. I don't have a value in every single cell, at the very least. I need to divide not by the grid height, obviously. I need to divide by grid width. Okay. I was looking more like it. So this means that there is actually an empty stuff on the edge of the level here, right? I guess. Okay. That's good. That is loaded now. And now what I want to do is I also want... we have the integer grid. How do I know... How do I know... Layer definition identifier. This is what I need. I need a layer definition identifier to just figure out what do those numbers actually mean. Right? So world has definitions, which is going to have layer definitions. And inside layer, we can have an integer grid. Of values. An array that describes extra optional information for each integer grid identifier. So yeah, I want all of my things to be identifiable, so that we can rely on actual values and not on the identifiers instead of on the actual numbers. It's going to be better. Which means that the layer instance should have a identifier, which is going to be a string, and this underscore and the underscore identifier for some reason. Okay, and then layer definitions, right? Layers, a list of layer definition. Layer definition. It's going to have identifier. It's going to be a string. User defined unique identifier. Okay, unique. That's good. There's also UIDs though. Why don't they reference by UID here in the layer instance? I only know the language layer definition identifier and not the ID. Layer type, integer quantities, tiles, or auto layer. Okay. You can also make layers and enums, but whatever. Layer definition. Integrate values, array of object. All right. Color, identifier, tile, value. I only need the value and the identifier here. And yeah, okay. Int grid values is going to be list of int grid value. Int grid value, identifier, string, value. Okay, that's working. Now into our own internal representation. The layer is going to be an integer grid. So over here, the value, I want the value to be not this, but like I want to be a reference into an int grid value. So in grid. Int value. I don't know, value, whatever. Value is going to be inside having an identifier. There's going to be a reference counted string, I think. We need to implement this. Equal. They're going to be equal if RC, if the pointers are equal. Self-identifier and other identifier. Equality for value too. And also implement the hashing. Hash. Self 0s self identifier as pointer hash state. Yeah, I want the pointers here. So we can hash and See if they are equal, right? Yeah, I can also implement debug for value. And we're going to do a write. Into the formatter. Of identifier. Is that it? I think that's how it's supposed to be. All right. Okay, so we can debug. Hash and equal. Okay. Now I need to load that data. So over here, integer grid is hash map from the coordinate into the value. Okay, so now we go line 187 over here. So the value here is going to be value from the layer, right? So we need the integer grids, right? Integer grids is going to be equal to LDTK is called JSON. All right. JSON definitions, layers. Layers, iterate. Map. Filter. Layer. Integer grid values is not empty. Then we map those layers into something. So what should be integer grids? It is a hash map from the level from the layer identifier into a hash map from string into a value. No, not from string. Hash map from integer into a value. There you go. Okay, so for every layer, we go layer integer grid values, iterate map value value and rc new value identifier. Okay, and then for a layer also we need to create a tuple here, which is layer identifier, and this is the value. Okay, a value collections cannot be built because over here this map also needs to be collected. Yes, because this needs to be a value. Identifier is yes. All right. That's going to work now. Yes, no, no. Line 210. Yeah. So now this value is not this value. It's a different thing. We need to go let's see. Values is going to be int grids by the identifier of the layer identifier. Okay, this and in that. So those are the values, and over here we get the values from here. So values by value. So unfortunately I cannot make this type copy though. I think because it has a reference counted inside, so it's not a copy, but we can implement a clone for it. Doesn't specify LTK value display. Wait, what? Yeah. Okay. So this library has been compiled. Now inside the main over here, we don't do a toString. I don't display. I can only debug it. Okay. Didn't move out of a shared reference. Makes sense. I can no longer do that. Let's run. So now, instead of seeing the actual values as integers, I'm going to see the strings. But we panic because we didn't load something. No entry found for key. LTK library 209. Library 209. So yeah. Okay. I see. We need to filter dex value where value is not equal to 0, because 0 means that there is nothing over there. We can take a reference here. No. Wait, can we? Mismatch types. Can't compare our reference. I understand. Okay, now it's going to work. Because 0 means nothing. And now we just don't insert nothing into our map. So yeah, this is block. This is all blocks. And over here we have on our stuff, this is disable, this is block. All right. So those are the two values that we have inside our LDTK, right? So this is corresponding to this integer grid, which has the block, which has disable, which has slope and cloud. So I can we can refer to these things by name now, which is better than what we had in bevy. Nice. Nice. I think I also need can I do a partial equality to right hand side, which is something else? Yes, I can. Okay. Let me do partial equality for a string. For value. We just do self identifier equal to other. Can I do this? Mismatch expected RC found RC. Okay. Identifier as string equal to the other. Equal to star other. Okay, so that's what I can do. Okay, and finally, now that we have loaded the integer grids, we can continue writing the logic, right? Right, so when we're doing the move, right, here's our player that is going to be moving, right? So the logic here is if we are blocked by nothing, then we move to the right, otherwise we don't move to the right, and that's it, right? So, so technically, like LDTK level is also not needed here. But okay. I mean, I don't want it here because this like contains like textures and everything, and this is only the game state. But fine. Do move. Okay. So first we just need to see if we can move, and if we can, then we do move, and that's it. Select player. Select player. And okay, well, I can do something like if self is blocked, player position plus let's do this, move delta is going to be two match input, put left is -1, put skip is 0, input right is 1. So in the end, if we can, then we just change the position to be plus equal delta. But if we were blocked, it's player position plus delta. Or I can say like new position is player position plus delta. Player position equal the new position. So if is blocked at the new position, then we just return and do nothing, right? So we cannot perform this move basically. Is blocked. It returns a boolean self Level. Wait. Hello? I don't have auto completion again. Now I have, alright. Self level. Layers. Iterate. Filter map. Layer. Integer grid. As a ref. Any grid. Grid. Get. Position is equal to some block. Like that. Reference to value and yeah. Okay. How are the equality implemented for the optionals though? Only if they can be equal to themselves. Okay, right. Filter map. I guess I'm just going to do and I am going to do filter map again. Grid get position. So this gets me a value, right? And I'm going to say value equals to block. So the block is the only thing that actually blocking me right now, which is not how it's supposed to be, but still, it's like kind of, yeah. So I cannot move to the left, but I can move to the right. Okay. Yeah. The better way of doing this, I think, is I'm going to copy this from into the game state from the level itself in the beginning here. So tiles is going to be a hash map from position into tile, right? And I'm going to just have an enum tile, which is going to be either block or disable. We have only two tiles right now, right? Block and disable, I think. Drive debug. Copy clone. Partial equality. Hash. Okay, so tiles is going to be level. Let's do something like or grid in level layers flat map layer dot. I don't have completion again. Hello? The layers have in grid values. Oh, that's why I don't have completion. I always forget about it because I have made a mistake before. Okay, integer grid. Filter map. Okay, so those are the grids, right? And then we do for position and value in grid. Tiles, insert. Position. And the actual tile, right? So I'm going to have over here tile by value. It's going to be a hash map also. So I'm going to say here if we have so we need to figure out what tile like in like an enum we have here. So we need to convert the values into this. Which actually means that instead of the partial equality here, I mean in addition probably, I'm going to say implement value as string. Self-identifier as string. Yeah, so I think I'm going to have here like yeah, this is not logic, this is me converting this stuff, so technically this should go into some other place, but tiles insert. So the tile is going to be match on value as string unreachable, but we have block going to be tile block. Disable is going to be tile disable. Okay, so now we have the tiles as an enum, which is going to be even easier to work with. So is blocked, I'm going to say over here, instead of self level, right? I'm going to have self tiles, get position. I'm going to match. We can also have the tile that is like nothing. Actually, instead of I'm working with optional tiles. So this is never constructed right now. But what I can do is tile self position. This is going to return a reference to tile, or just tile because it's copyable, right? I'm going to do self level, self tiles get position, unwrap, or tile nothing. Copied. So when we're doing blocked, I'm just saying that self tile at the position is blocking. Is an I32. Okay, so now I can generate this method. So is blocking, I'm going to just match on self, use self star. If we are nothing, false, block true, and disable is also true. Wait, I cannot use an import like that? Oh shit. I need to do tile. Okay, fine. Fine. So we are now going to be blocked by, like, by this. Nice. We're also not being blocked by other players right now. Okay. If false. You want to comment this out? Yeah, let me comment this out. Okay. Let me implement the gravity now, because that's what we need to do. So we are going to be moving, right? And also, um, also we need to like just be able to check if any animation needs to happen, right? Well, technically the moving should like return me what is going to happen so that I can animate it in the renderer. Um, I think to move is going to return an optional move. Okay. So over here, I'm going to return, if we're blocked, then we return none. Otherwise, we return some. Move player, move player is self-selected player, and two is going to be new position, right? So we need to create the structure move. Player is going to be, okay, we can just do an index. I think I will going to eventually move to IDs to 2 is position, but also we will add a rotation to to the position here. I think position and rotation should be like combined into one thing. Doesn't really matter though yet. So we do the actual moves and then I mean over here we do check move and also we do perform move. Because check move doesn't really need to modify ourselves. Like we're just checking, can we move there? Can we move here? Right? And then this is the actual modification. I'm going to say self players, move player position, and it's going to be equal to move to. So something simple as that. And we go to the main L4. Maybe I do the animation at the same time then. I do animation is going to be like optional animation, right? Animation has the move and time. So yeah, animation on, and over here we do. I can only press buttons if self animation is none. Then or we can do like states here. We're waiting for input so that I don't need to like check. Something needs to happen on every. Yeah. I think that's it. I think we're going to have an enum state here, which is going to be either animating the time, or it's going to be waiting for input. So yeah, that's like what in Bevy we had the states here. This is what we are. Yeah. So we are when we are ending the animation. Oh, technically that's exactly the same thing. We're animating or waiting for input. That's always what is happening. Okay. Self animation is this. Self animation is this. Over here we do check move. Check move. Okay. So space is going to be same if we are space and animation is none. Animation is no, hold on. Let me do this. If let some input is h event event e down e over here. I'm going to say if let some input is match key left, put left. Later we can make it like customizable also, but for now I'm just going to have a match in code. So if this returns sum, this returns sum, this returns sum, all the other return none. So if this is input, and then we do if self animation is none, self animation is self state check move input. That's it, yeah. Self animation is animation. No. We do, hold on. We do also if we have move as a result of this, then self animation is some animation where we have the move and time is 0. Okay, nice. So now that we have started the animation, we're going to play it for some time, right? So on the update, so if we are doing the animation, then we do animation time plus equal delta time, divide by 5, I think. No, not divided by 5, divided by 0.2. Because we want the animation of one move to be like very fast, 0.2 seconds. We will check this from the config eventually, I think. Or maybe it's depending on the movement actually, is how we had it. By the way, Davey, are you here? We have one problem. If we allow multiple players to move at the same time, then the animation should be always the same timing. You know what I mean? Yeah. I think there was only one animation that was twice as long as all the other animations, which was the magnet. So when we're having a magnet and we're rotating to climb the thing, in order to make it look better, we made it so that I can show. Yes. Guess I can just show. Wait, my game is also laggy. Everything is laggy. So yeah, the animation of jumping is the same time as the animation of falling one block, so that's okay. But when I have the magnet over here, sometimes we're climbing, and this is technically just one animation, just one move of me climbing here to here. This is one move, but this is twice as long as just doing one move. But if we allow multiple entities to move at the same time, then the animation should still be the same somehow. The timing, otherwise, it's going to be looking weird. All right. Anyway, we're not at that stage yet. I need to have this updating over here. Yeah, so I'm going to say that if animation time is more than or equal to 1, this means that the animation has ended. So I'm going to say self animation is none. And also I'm going to say that animation move is what we're going to need to perform, you know. So self state perform the move animation. Oh shit. Animation move. Consider the removing. Yeah, because the move needs to be a reference to the move here. And also, I'm going to say here function maybe start animation self so we start the animation either as a result of the player input or as the result of like the game needs to something needs to be happening automatically. I'm just going to say that input is going to be an optional input here, and yeah, so I'm going to say move is going to be equal to matching on the input. If we are doing input, then state check move of the input. Otherwise, it's going to be self state check actually, you know what? I think there should always be an input here. I think there should always be an input here. Maybe start animation, input. So here's what we're doing. Just see if we're checking the move by the input, then animation is starting. Yeah, I think, I'm not sure yet. But what if we are able to give input like in the middle of the moves too? We don't really want it to be like super time-based, but maybe. For now, I'm just going to say that so we're performing the move, we're resetting the animation to none, and then we're maybe starting the new animation immediately. Maybe start the animation over here using input skip, right? But maybe we are going to change this so that we can actually provide the input in between, like while the turn is being calculated. I think. Which also means I think that we should, in order for this to be consistent, when we're just creating over here. Result is this. Let's do result. Maybe start animation like immediately. Okay. So in the logic, have checking of the move. And checking of the move is basically not only the selected player is going to be moving, but also the yeah. This is our logic. This is all of our logic right now. And right now, all that we're doing is we're moving our selected player to the other position, but maybe also some other affected by gravity and something else is happening, right? And also we can. So right now I'm just. Okay, I'm not moving anymore. Lol. Hold on. Why am I not moving? Let me do this. If we are starting an animation, um, log, debug, like this. Okay, you cannot do that. Okay, can you do this? Logic move cannot be formatted. Okay. So it's some player move to nothing. Okay, I see. I see. So now the reason why we're not moving is because we are doing the infinite loop of the animation. Because if we're skipping, then our player is going to 0. Okay. Which means that basically the move is the move that does nothing, right? But I only want those that are actually happening to happen, you know? So I think the move is going to be so this is going to be a player move. This player is moving there, right? Or no. I want something like players is going to be a hash map from player index to like where, guess location. I guess no. Yeah. We're going to have this like position struct, like I was saying. Bug partial equality hash struct position cell and rotation. Partial equality hash debug. For debug, I'm going to implement debug for rotation, and we're going to match match self 0 0 down 0 right half down 0 1 2 3. 2 is up, 1 is, we do counterclockwise, down right up left. Okay, right. Position. Using that player in the state is going to have position is the position. Okay, 95 players. Position is going to be position. Cell is the position. Station is 0. A field player 1 2 4. Okay, so we're performing move.
Hello there.
Oh, Pigorly. Where we're performing move, we're going to do 4 player index and 2 in move players. I'm doing self players player index position is equal to 2, just like that. So we can do multiple moves at the same time for multiple players, right? That copy is just a plant. Yeah. Pigorly doesn't have a custom skin yet. Do you want something custom for yourself? Not today, but if you have a, what would your skin be? I don't know, a poop, I guess. Line 140. Over here, new position is going to be position. Hold on. This should be like rewritten completely. It should be rewritten completely. Because first of all, I need to check the gravity, right? Right. I'm just going to check the move. Yeah. Okay. 4 player index and player in self players iterate enumerate, right? So every single player is either affected by gravity, right? Right. So over here I say hold on, let mute result is move players hash map new. I think we're going to create this and then we're going to clean it up, basically. We're going to create it. Result insert player index self move player. I think just index. We don't even need the player itself here yet. Zero self players length. Yeah. So I think this is what we do. We're trying to perform a move for every player, right? And with optionally an input here, right? So I'm going to do if if index is equal to self-selected player, then input. Otherwise, input skip. So that's what we do. We can control technically like multiple players with different logics, right? With different inputs, which probably will also have like the AI player, which is moving differently. That's how we do it here. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, now we do for and we basically do result retain player index move true, and if result players is sum, then we return some result, otherwise we return none. A method insert result players insert. The players is empty. If empty, then none, otherwise some result. Result players retain move. Okay. I'm going to say that move. This is 2, right? 2. Player index 2. I'm going to say self players player index. Players at index position is not equal to 2. So yeah, we don't list the moves that do nothing. So now I just need to move the player. This is going to be a private move player method. Index is this, and we return the where the player is going to be moved to, so the position. Right now we're only doing the moving though. Position. Okay. So we do this. We do this. If some position is self move player gravity. So like the player can be affected by gravity, right? Then we return this. Move player also takes an argument which is the input. So yeah, if we are not like the input is the last thing that we do basically here. Yeah, so we just return if we were not affected by gravity, and we're just going to move to the right. So self players, index, position. Cell is going to be position, cell plus match input. Wait, hold on. This is where we're trying to move, right? And when we're trying to move, yeah, we need to figure out the new position, right? New position is going to be equal to position plus match input, input left, vec2 -1 0, input skip is going to be vec2 0 0, input right is going to be vec2 1 0. So and then I do if self locked at the new position, and the new position is going to be equal to our current position. Match expressions are one of the nicest thing in Rust. Yes, I mean any language, like if your language doesn't have tagged enums and pattern matching, then tagged enums, algebraic data types, that's the best feature. That's is the tagged enums, basically. Expression syntax is also nice, but yeah. I mean, everything is nice, but I think the most important feature that I like, why I don't want to write other languages is the types, the enums, the sum types, whatever you call it. There is std variant in C++, and it is ugly and unusable, in my opinion. But it also kind of has pattern matching. Rust was designed well. Well, like I said, there are still some things that I would wish were designed better. Like the metaprogramming is better in some other languages. Like Zig comp time, I guess, right? It's not the first language that did it like that. I think like dlang was like metaprogramming was very good in dlang. I also tried nim for a little bit. Also, but not bad. I didn't really try Zig, but from what I heard, it's like from what I heard, it's not different from what I heard, what I saw in D language, and it's not worth it if that's all that you have in your language. You also need to have like all of the other features that Rust have. So if we had a language that has both the Rust powers and the compilation time function evaluation, some of Rust choices are around big project stability and so on. Well, I think eventually Rust is going to have something very powerful, like const generics, and I mean, yeah, like more and more stuff is being possible to be done in compilation time already, right? And eventually it's going to It's just moving very slowly, I think. But yeah. They're just trying to make it so that it works properly. I think the guy that got his talk demoted was doing research about compile time refraction in Rust, something like that. I don't know. Yeah. So compile time reflection, yeah. If we talk about this, by the way, does Zig have compile time reflection? Because I remember one of the nicer feature, like once again, of D language was the fact that I could in compilation time see what fields does a certain struct have and do metaprogramming based on that, you know. So instead of like, yeah, like it's like easier way of writing your derives basically, because writing derived macros, you need to into parse Rust syntax. I mean, technically, yeah, the way that it is that we have it in Rust right now is more powerful. It's just harder to write than it could be. From the outside, it's easy to spam feature requests. I was following pre 1.0 and saw how they whittled down the feature set to the most important core set. Yeah. I think this is why Rust is good, because they just implement the core set well. But then I can see like a lot of the improvements can happen in Rust. In the type system too, I'm also hitting sometimes like I'm trying to use too advanced typing stuff, which is not yet, which is supposed to work but is not working yet, basically. There are also some like basic stuff. For example, have you heard of this one, inherent associated types? This one I think is simple, but for some reason it is hard for the guys to actually implement. So what it does is you can literally just have, let's say you have like struct foo, right? And then you have implement foo, and you have type bar is equal to something, right? So this right now does not compile on the current Rust because inherent associated types are unstable. This is just, yeah. So right now what you can do is you can do module foo type bar. No. You cannot do that. Hold on. Wait, what can you do? I think you can do function and a module that are named the same, right? But you cannot do a struct and a module that are named the same. Yeah. That's also funny. But yeah, what I want is just to have my struct have something associated with it, instead of having foo bar, because that's what you do right now. Especially with combination with associated types, with deriving, that would be nice. Module local types, certainly. It's not even module local types. It's basically having a struct, having a type as a as a namespace, I guess. Because you can already do that kind of with traits. So you can trait foo-axt, you know, as an extension, and you have type bar here, and then you can do implement foo-axt for foo, and you have type bar is this. So this is exactly the same but much longer, and then you can do foo bar like this easily. Sometimes you use struct foo, function foo. Yeah, that's actually what is being used by libraries. If you have ever used the no, I wait, hold on. Can you do function foo and struct foo at the same time? I didn't think you could. I guess you can. No, name foo is defined multiple times. Hold on, how can you do this? Maybe you can do it with curly braces. Yes, you can do it with curly braces, but not with unit structs. Okay, yes, because if you do unit struct, it's going to be an ambiguity when you do just foo, whether it refers to the struct foo or to the to this function, which also has a type of its own. Yeah. I have considered and just tried a fanvec3 like you were doing these days. Well, if you didn't see right now, I'm doing even differently. My vec3 is a struct vec3 xyz. So this way, the function and the struct name is the same. And you can also, because this way, you can do a lot of things. You can do let v is vec3 xyz, or you can do let vec3 xyz to be equal to v. Like, it works both ways now, not only one way. With a function, it will only work one way. So this is regular movement. And this is gravity, okay. Player gravity, self index, size, position, optional position. I'm going to say that I think I'm just going to do, hold on, that mode new position is equal to position, and then we do new position style plus equal this. If we are blocked at the new position, arguments to this method are incorrect. If input is not equal to input, skip. Mismatch types 1 to 9. Well, yeah, that makes sense. Not equal cannot be. Let's go here. Derive, debug, partial equality, equality, hash. I think if congenerics were there in the start, I might have gone with struct this route. I was reading another post on Reddit about someone asking about bevy. I wonder if it's a sort of a curse of Rust game dev that it's attracting more people who want to write their own engines rather than contribute to bevy. Well, I don't know. I tried using Bevy. I just don't like the ECS approach. Do you do ECS in your engine? I think it's like harder to reason about my logic here, which is why we are rewriting this game into. I tried, but I don't know. We are moving slowly here, but it's going to be something that I can rely on more easily than on Bevy. Bevy is too dynamic, basically. Is the problem. But other people seem to like it, so I guess it depends on your use case. What exactly are you building? Maybe. What's your problem with Bevy, though? Why don't you just use Bevy? You're just to make an engine more. Okay, so you want to make an engine. All right, I see. I was not going to make an engine originally, but it, you know. I mean, originally I started doing my own engine because that's what with the tutorials were telling me to do. When you were googling how to make a game, you just was presented with OpenGL tutorials back in the days. So that's what I did. But now, I think when I created this engine specifically in Rust, it was because none of the existing engines were working on the web. Because, yeah, the WebAssembly was not in stable browsers yet. And it was not in stable Rust yet. And it was not even in nightly, we can only use in scripting. So, yeah. I said again recently and posted a video. Was on Reddit. Okay. You can link it if you want, so that we can look at it. All right, yeah. Let's see. So this is what your engine in Rust can do already. And you have vehicle dynamics. Okay. Well, your engine has a lot of features compared to mine. You know, we basically have nothing. But I'm trying to work on a game, not on an engine. So we are like not the same. Move player gravity to do. Is blocked. Alright, is blocked. New position L. Logic 176. I've been tinkering with it on and off for a long time, but I don't expect I can get on par with Godot and Unity, etc. Lol. Okay. Do you want to sell your engine, or what do you want to do with it? Why are you making your own engine? Or is it just for fun? If you say that you don't have a project in mind that you want to create with it. Main 159. Camera center, position. Yeah. Over here we do a cell. This position now is not only the position but also the rotation. 171. Yeah, so over here, we can convert cell. Yeah, okay, hold on. Plus 0.5. So then we do rotate player position, rotation, as to radians. Okay, and then we multiply by plate. Negative was 0.5. Okay, like that. So now 2 radians is something that I need to generate a method. 2 radians. Self 0 as of 32 multiplied by p divided by 2. Yes. Well, technically, when we're specifying the angles, they should be like 0 should be pointing to the right, but we say that 0 is pointing to down. Just do it because you can. Nice. I think instead of converting this to radians, I'm going to as matrix, as transformation matrix, basically, or rather 2 matrix. Rotate of 0. Yeah. Instead of 2 radians, we just multiply by player rotation. Matrix. We translate comma, many commas. Okay. I have non-exhaustive in logic 16. So over here we do unreachable. Couldn't move out of a shared reference. 130. Well, that's because the position needs to be copy and clone. That means that the rotation needs to be also copy clone partial equality hash, and then debug is already implemented. Wait, what? What is this? What? Hold on. Undo also doesn't. Okay, shit. I did the formatting using the Rust analyzer, and it just cloned my derives, so I now have them listed twice. Oh. (172) input moved value. Yeah, so input is also something that we should be able to copy and clone. Okay. Now we have the gravity. That's the last thing that we are going to implement. Finally, we're going to have gravity in the game. Position is self player's index position, and then we do position dot y minus equal 1, and then if we do if not self is blocked position cell y. Then so if this is not blocked, then we are returning some position. Otherwise, it's a none. That's easy. The gravity is simple. And then this also doesn't do the rotation. The rotation when we're moving the players. I just do let mute new position is going to be this. Yes. This is what we are returning. I feel like also it's going to be returning an optional here. Check move player. Yeah, if input is not skip, then we do new position. Is this and then we do let next cell is equal to new position cell plus. So if this is not blocked, next cell, then new position cell is cell. And then can there be, is there like a syntax shortcut for doing this? So if a function returns something, then we need to return something immediately. Right now there is only one syntax, which is absolutely the other way around. If a function returns nothing, then we can return nothing immediately. But I want it to be inversed. I think we can do it, unless the try trait is going to be stable. Is it going to be stable soon? The question mark. This started in 2021. Would this sum be better? Better for what? I want to return the value that was returned if it is sum. Otherwise, I want to continue the function. So it's basically, I have a bunch of systems, right, of the logic in our puzzle game, right? One of them is the gravity system. So if the gravity has been applied, then we apply the gravity. Otherwise, I would do something else. You know, it's like systems is a list over here of if things return thing, but it's going to be even longer though, because this means that I need to do this into a variable, you know. So it's going to take 3 lines instead of 2, but I want it to take 1 line, you know. So I think I can do something like so systems is going to be a list of also I cannot really do a list here unless I do dynamic dispatching, but I want to do a dynamic function that takes self, use size and input, and returns an optional position, right? Because that's what all of my systems are going to be here, right? So this is going to be self gravity, right? So for now it's only gravity. Mismatch types, expected reference type. Oh yeah, I need a reference here too. Function is expected to take 3 arguments. But it takes 2 arguments. Wait, hold on. Move player gravity. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's right. So I'm going to have the input here, which is just going to be unused. Okay. So yeah, see? So those are all the systems that I specify here, and then I do for system in systems. I do if let some position is the result of this system self index input, right? Then I return some position. Otherwise, we return nothing. So that's what I want the logic, right? So that's going to be like shorter. And like when we have like 20 systems, instead of having 3 lines per system, it's going to be 1 entry over here in this list. Or we can do it with a macro instead also, right? But I don't really like macros too much, so I try to not use them. So just the first thing that is sum. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Which is something that we can do with iterators, right? But also, like, dot find. Yeah, find works. True. Find if sum. Yes. But you can only do the find because now we have a loop, and we can rewrite this loop into a more declarative approach, which is also, by the way, something that I don't like. I think this is more obvious what it means rather than so what you are proposing is systems into iterator app system. So we call here system using self index and input, right? And then we find result, where result is sum. So we find by using option is sum, right? And this is, yeah. Is this easier to write, easier to read than this? I don't think so. So this and this means the same thing, but in this case I prefer the regular for. One of my Rust requests would be method syntax for macros. Yeah. It's already in there in the proposals. It's called postfix macros. I think there is still a discussion going on. Also, there is a crate that you can use already. So you wrap your code in a macro, and then it rewrites your postfix macros into regular macros. Okay. But there is actually a postfix macros RFC somewhere. How do we search for RFCs? Rust lang RFCs. Rust lang RFCs, yeah. Postfix. Wait, where is the RFC? Is it there anymore? Is it closed? Or is it merged and we have a tracking issue now? Rust postfix macros. Wait, does this create RFC? Yeah, there you go. Simple postfix macros. There you go. There it is. This is opened. I guess you can say that this is something that you really want, or like you can read this discussion and see why they are not have merged this yet. Currently working on yet another ECS library in Rust that is heavily generic and macro based. I would love to be able to do this world.ecsquery instead of ecsquery world. Yeah, that's true. That's actually what we did recently ourselves too. So yeah, that's right. But also I just try to prevent the usage of macros completely. So if they can come up with more methods to use types instead of macros, that would be nicer. I think one of the ideas that I like is the fields in macros or fields in traits, because if you had traits with fields, then you would be able to do disjoint captures easily, and that's something that you cannot do with just methods. That's one of the biggest pain points, I think, in Rust, the disjoint captures. And that's the only reason why I want the fields in macros, because I think that's like solving the issue easier for a lot of use cases, I think. One of the other RFCs that I have seen is that like your method over here, so you are taking a reference to self, right? But you are only taking a reference of the field that is players, for example, right? They're proposing some syntax like this. So this method is only going to like capture the player's field of self. Trait XYZ, then you could make generic vectors interoperable. Yeah, also true. Also true. But I don't think you want generic. Wait, what do you mean generic vectors? Interoperable, like vectors from multiple libraries? Okay. Well, technically, you can just do this with from and intos right now, because I don't think it's a big problem for the vectors. They're still like small copyable structs. Is what you use them for. This code will work on another vector type so long as it has XYZ. I don't know. I'm not sure. Like, I actually prefer. Like, for example, there's something that you write all the time, right? Like, you write a function that takes a string, right? So s is a string, right? But you can also make it work with other things that a string. So you can instead make something like impl as ref str, right? Which is going to make it work with both a reference to a string and an own string and a cow and I don't know, some other stuff. But this is something that I don't like. Like, it's better to be simple, I think, instead of being too abstract. Does doing the impl stuff called dynamic dispatch? No. When you say impl, when you have impl as ref str, this is the same as a generic. Have you never used this? This is just as, where as implements as ref str. This is just a syntax sugar for this, almost. Okay, so here's another system that we're going to have. Self actual move. I don't know. How do I call this system? We have the gravity. We have a gravity, and we have the actual move. regular movement. Yeah, that's what I want. So we say that if we don't skip, I guess I just do, if we do skip, then we do return none. Otherwise, we go and rotate ourselves into the new position. Of player gravity. Gravity. Next cell. 80. Insert for index. If let some new position is this, then we insert. If one gets error message from C++ compiler, that's only because one is not able to use C++. The language is so simple that it's virtually impossible to write any errors. Okay. I think that's too obvious. You need to try. It is back, yeah. Hard to tell online. I don't know. I think has there been any single message that is not sarcastic from Hitus? Time to think. I don't really remember. Always trying to distract me, and yeah. APL is a more positive language. If C++ is double positive, to induction, APL is at least 1 plus more positive. So you could call APL C++ then, with 3 pluses. Okay, we have compiled. Let's see if the code works finally. We don't have animation yet, but we can move. We can not move into a wall, and over here we are going to fall down. Okay, so with the gravity system and movement system works. The animation doesn't work though. Also, when I'm moving, I'm not rotating myself, which is something that I need to do. So do you write test or just test by running? Well, one of the reasons that I'm rewriting this from bevy to not bevy is that it's going to be easier for us to write tests, but I'm not doing it yet. I'm just trying to have something on screen first. We already had the game, right? We're just rewriting everything very slowly. So yeah, I think this is just easier to reason about than the systems in bevy that run at who knows when, you know, because I run the systems explicitly. I'm being explicit here. You're hardly ever sarcastic. You care deeply about developer well-being. You're just trying to be helpful. Okay. Well, distractions, they help sometimes, so yeah. Distractions is what you need sometimes in order to be more productive. Okay, so when we're doing the actual move, I don't know, what do I call this? Actual move, regular move? I don't know. Just move? Just move. Yeah, let's do this. Just move. Just move. We also need to do rotation. So in any case, we're doing the next cell if it's not blocked. Otherwise, we always do new position rotation. Is new position rotation, rotate rotation with input. I think I'm going to create a method like this with input. I'm going to have a put here, match input. We're doing left, then self rotate left. Hold on, left is going to be counterclockwise. Is it 2 words or is it 3 words? Hold on. Counterclockwise. Is it, how many words is counterclockwise? Is it 1 word, 2 words, or 3 words? I have no idea. Two. So like I did it over here. That's correct. Okay, thank you. Hold on. %, for list non-negative remainder. That's what I want. I want this 5, 4. Now it's actually unreachable. Rotate clockwise is going to be self 0 minus 1. So now we can go negative actually, which is something that I want. Rotate counterclockwise. Counter clockwise 4. Okay. So now we also have the rotation, I believe. Okay, we are rotating. Do we do the animation? Because I think with animation it's just going to look a little much nicer. Let's do animation immediately. So when we're doing the animation, when we're drawing, right? So we're doing the move. The move is for everyone. Okay, I'm not going to do like as like good animation as we had there, where like, you know, the thing that Ray Marsh made us do, where we go up and down. Yeah, I just lerp the positions for now. That's all. So when we're drawing over here for player and players and index of the player also is what I need. Iterate and enumerate. We say that position. Okay, from is going to be player position, right? And then 2 is going to be self animation as ref, and then animation move players get index map over from to I guess copied unwrap or from. So basically what this means is that if we are in the process of animating, and if this player is moving towards something, then we know where it's moving. If we're not in the animation, then where we're moving is the same as from, and then we're doing the interpolation in between. So T is going to also be self animation as reference map or 0 animation time, right? So that's our like interpolation. That value is from 0 to 1. Okay, so we do yeah. Well, actually I can just copy paste our previous code, but okay, we're rewriting everything from scratch because why not? From okay, I'm going to say cell is going to be from cell cell from is this. I think like one of the things that I don't have in the engine and that I should have is the lerp function. We do lerp, which is going to be something. Where we need to be able to multiplicate by f32 with output being t. We also need to add output is also going to be t. So that's something like that is what I need to move into the somewhere. A plus a times y minus t plus b times t. Okay. Cakes. With a rate of 69 people. Nice. 69. Hello. How are you doing? Thank you for the raid. I'm currently rewriting my game. The other game, not the farting game. The linksider game. From one engine to my own custom engine. If you didn't see the game, I don't think you guys saw this one. We participated in the bevy jam and won it with this game. It's a little puzzle. Move left, right. And then you also can have abilities on your side, like the jump over here. Also, my PC is lagging today for some reason. I have no idea. Why? Can you just make lerp work for vectors by doing lerp tf? You want a function? That's not too generic right now, right? I think, I mean, I can do value, and I can do t, where t is float, and value is something that you can multiply by the t and get the value back, and then you add, and when you add those together you have the value back. So that's more generic basically. Value, and then so you lerp between two values by using a floating point number. You want this to be something else than floating point number? You just use an easing function before passing, or do you want to pass the easing function here immediately? Misread, I thought this was TTT. No. I made it just work just only for cannot subtract. So yeah, now that this is float, I need to do instead of 1.0, I need to do T1. So this is a generic one. Mismatch types. This needs to return the value. Okay, so that's the function that I need to move somewhere into the engine. Let me create a method module util rs, and then I move this into the utilities. To do move into bad box. Okay, there you go. What util? Use util star. Do 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 do. Okay, so here we go. We just say that we are translating by lerping the player position from this position to, which is from, yes, which is from cell to cell. We add plus 0.5 because we need the center of the cell and not the bottom left corner of the cell. So we lerp this by t, right? And then the rotation is something that we also can lerp, but then I don't think I can lerp the matrices. Wait, can I just lerp the matrices? I don't think it's going to work, but when you lerp the matrix, the rotation is going to be looking weird. I'm wondering how this is going to look though.
Hello there.
If I just lerp the matrix from one to the other. What's up? What's up? Lerping matrices does have its uses. Yeah, I know. I think I used it once, for example, to convert from a perspective projection into the orthographic projection, and it looks nice. To do a smooth transition between like an orthographic and perspective projection by just doing the lerping. Okay, nice. Now it works. Okay. Cargo FMT. So now we should be lerping the animation between the things. Okay. It looks funny, you know? Our guys going smaller and then going bigger. Yeah. And also my FPS. So my FPS is like 50 right now. Where this is the debug build. Still too low for 50, I think, but it feels like my FPS is like 20 or even less than that. So my system, the entire system is lagging. Hopefully I will get it resolved at some point. Going smaller is not a problem, but levitating while rolling looks funny. Yeah. So what if I do cargo run release? Then we're going to compile everything, okay. Is my stream lagging? My stream is doing less than 30 FPS now, yeah. My camera is lagging a little bit. My camera is lagging though. What do you mean no? I think it's a yes. At least it's lagging in my OBS. I'm just teleporting, okay. I'm not dropping frames. I'm just doing less CPU. But you know, you could reinvent wheels. Take a look here while compiling. Okay, you think? Okay, my entire system is lagging. Like my window manager is lagging. I'm not sure if I can watch a YouTube video, but we can try. Reinvent the wheel by creating. Yeah, my YouTube is lagging. Anyway, let's see. How much FPS do I have right now? It's still at 40 FPS, even in the release. Which makes me feel like I'm doing software rendering right now, you know? Makes me feel like I'm doing software rendering instead of hardware. This should not be this laggy. Okay, we're also teleporting the we are teleporting the camera right now, but I think that's fine. Okay, and we're also going through malware rendering. Maybe recent update of Linux packages removed NVIDIA. Well, the thing is, I just had my PC running from yesterday, and in the morning today it was okay. It only started lagging during the stream, so I wasn't updating anything. It just started lagging. Self camera center is going to be equal to lerp of self camera center into over there by delta. This is going to be in the update over here. Okay, now we have smooth camera. Which can be like faster. But it's better than nothing. I guess you can, let me just make it a little faster. Do delta time multiplied by 10. Minimum up that in 1. Okay, that's nice. Only if my FPS was higher. But I don't know. I will need to like end the stream to test stuff. Okay, so that's what we do. Also, I'm unable to hold the button, and I want to be able to hold the button, which means in my main. So what we are doing here is we are maybe starting the animation, right? Using the input over here when the animation has ended. We're maybe starting the animation. I think. So, Davey, were you here when I was asking this question? We can make it so that you can hold like a button, like left, for example, while you are falling down, and then you are going to be jumping to the left when landing, you know? So that's also one of the ways to solve the soft lock, by the way. You can just select your player and hold right when you are jumping up and down, and you will be able to jump to the right then. Is that a good idea or a bad idea? But that's something that I can easily do. That would be good. I mean, it's the problem that like we don't really want this game to be like maybe it's like going to be based on the level design, but basically I don't want it to be time based when you need to press the correct button at the correct time, you know? And if you miss the timing, then you have lost basically. But that's just by the level design, I think. Also, hmm, I'm not sure, but let's start with that. We can always make it back, so that's not how it's working, you know. The falling isn't pretty fast, so it will be fine, I think. Okay. I also think the way that I am going to implement it right now, it's going to change. Okay. Let me just make. Hmm. I can make it so that the player has jump always on the side, on one side, so that we can test it immediately. But hold on, let me do this. Let me do this. Can I do const hash map? I don't think I can do const hash map, right? I can do const inputs. Actually, you know what? Let's just do the thing that I'm doing all the time immediately here, which is having the configuration inside the sets that I'm going to be using. For everything, I'm going to do a toml to do load toml. So I don't have this in the engine right now, but I can do a manual implementation of this trait. I think it should be not load toml, but instead like load 30, I guess. Eventually. Okay. What was I doing here? I do animation time. It's going to be a number. Camera speed is going to be a number. So those are two things, at least. And yeah, we need to derive, deserialize for this to work. Which means that I need to add 30. Okay, so this works. Now we can create in our assets a file called config.toml, and we're going to do camera speed is going to be equal to 10. Animation speed is going to be 0.2. Or is it animation time? Animation time and camera speed, yeah. So, for example, whenever we have some magical constants like over here, this is the animation time. Right, and whenever we're updating the camera over here, this is the camera speed. This thing is unused. Let's fix the warning. Okay. What else? Field in this struct dead code. Like, what is this? What is this Rust analyzer doing? There is no field and there is no struct in line number 3. LSP restart. Okay, so now that we can load the configuration from toml, what was I doing? Hold on, I was distracted by something. Why did I start doing the configuration file? Oh, I wanted to move the. I remember now. I remember. I wanted to have the controls in the configuration file. Controls is going to be a table, I guess, right? And we do left is going to be left or A, and we're going to say right, going to be right or D, and we're going to say skip is space, and we'll say next player is going to be tab or up. Previous player is going to be down. I think I need a string here, otherwise it's not going to work, right? How do you surround something with string with quotes easily? In Vim, there's a way to do it, right? Not do it here. There's a plugin probably that I need to install. input config. Select input config. We say left is list of keys. Left, right, skip, next player, and previous player. That's it. Oh shit, now I need to do public everywhere. Public for queue. Okay, let's go. So yeah, instead of doing this, these are also secret configuration. Page up, page down. I can also move there. But yeah, basically I want to do if assets config input. Hello? Next player contains key, then change player selection 1. Okay, so that's what we do instead. We have next player, we have previous player, is going to be -1. Page up, page down. Page up, page down is I want to say this is a debug cheats. I mean, I could just do config input dot cheats if let some cheats is self assets config cheats. There you go. That's what I want. If cheats previous level and self level -1. If cheats next level change key, then change level 1. And we can remove that. So I just need to go to the config and say that cheats is an optional cheats input. What happened there? What happened there? I didn't press S 10 times. I did not. Previous level list keys, next level list of keys. All right. So now I can go into my configuration and I'm going to say controls.cheats, and this is going to be previous level is page down, right? And next level is going to be page up. Easy. Now we go to main 187 cheats. inside the input. Cannot roll self as mutable. Oh, okay. It will work with an else. Okay, that's nice. But is that what I wanted to do? Yeah. I think that is. I wanted to be able to hold the key. That's why I started this, to make this code easier. So when we're updating, when the animation has been finished over here, we're doing the skip, right? But what if I'm holding the button right now? One of the buttons that is like the input, right? So I'm going to say that over here, let input is going to be if self assets config input left. If any of those keys are pressed, any is pressed, then input left. Otherwise, if, let me just copy. Input right. Otherwise, put skip. Input pressed is for key. Window is key pressed. Key. Okay, so now this input is going to be here. Input. And over here we see to do keep or revert. So we might want to revert this actually. Eventually. Okay, we crashed. Panics and wrap. Failed to load config. Missing field input. Hold on. Is that not how trouble files are working? Or did I not save the config toml? It didn't start a new stream, did it? Okay. Hold on, guys. I think I fixed my shit. Hold on. I think I fixed my shit. By crashing. That's how you fix it. Hello, Adagon. My overlay is not up there yet though. After the crash. But yeah, basically, hold on. Everything is smooth again. Everything is smooth again. I'm going to, yeah. So what exactly crashed there? I think it's Hyperland issue. So like over time it's getting slower. There's probably a memory leak or some leak. Something has been leaking all this time, which is why we eventually started like lagging a lot, and eventually I just crashed. So wait for the worthy. Or maybe it's Wayland and not Hyperland. And then it's going to be not working on Sway either. Is Sway tiling? Does Sway have animations? I mean, because if not, I don't know. I can say GNOME for the worthy or Windows for the worthy. Sometimes when you stream on Discord, your terminal lags. Okay. Maybe we go back to Windows. Or I mean, I don't know. I don't think I have problems on my Arch laptop. It could also be Pipewire. Oh yeah, could also be Pipewire. Yeah, you are right. It could be Pipewire. Yeah. Because on my Arch laptop, I'm using Xorg instead of Wayland. And I'm not using Pipewire. I should switch to a tested thing. Okay, I was thinking like it's time for us all to switch to Wayland, and it's working perfectly. Can I use Wayland without Pipewire, or is Pipewire is like required, right, for like streaming at least? Like I can capture a window only using Pipewire, right? It's tough to get screen capture to work with Wayland. Well, it's working for me. It's not tough. It's easy. I think it's working for me. The only issue that I have right now is that we got laggy and then we crashed eventually. Well, without Pipewire. Okay. Is it possible without Pipewire? I guess I don't know, because like in the OBS, the thing that is capturing is literally the thing that's called Pipewire. So I need to have Pipewire to have screen capturing, I think. Okay, let's take a let's take a look how smooth the animations are. They are not smooth because we have failed to load config. We're missing field. Hold on, we need to fix our stuff. Oh yeah, also by the way, why am I using the regular NeoBeam if I want to use NeoVide? Do you use this thing or no? We can have animations in our NeoBeam. Um. Okay. So apparently in our configuration file we don't have. Yeah, because it's not controls, it's input. That's what I called it. Hold on. It's not input, it is controls. Or I need to do Rust Analyzer, rename to controls. You're a bare NeoVim user. You can, well, NeoVide is pretty bare. It just has a little bit of animations, you know. It's using your configuration from NeoVim. It just adds a little bit of animations. You know, that's it. I don't think it uses much resources too. Controls config, and this one also. Going to rename cheats controls. Actually, you know what? While I'm at it, let me create the module configuration, and then I'm going to use configuration, and then other things I'm going to have namespaced big Rust. Let's go. I'm going to rename this into cheats controls. It's just controls. Okay, there you go. move something away. And this, by the way, too goes here. I also need, I still need bacon, though. Bacon over here. Okay, everything works. Okay, let's appreciate the smooth animation of the game. Look how smooth this is. Nice. How much FPS do I have? 144. That's what. That's how it's supposed to be. All right. Here we fall down. So yeah, right now we only have the regular movement and the falling. That's the only mechanics that we have, right? Also, I believe we should be able to change our players. Yes, we can change the player that we are controlling. We can move through players though, which is something that we should not be doing. So let's go into logic and do move player. Is blocked, basically. Is blocked is something that I need to change. So it's either a tile that is blocking, or is it an entity, basically. I can make tiles like... So in bevy, everything was an entity. I can also make everything an entity, but as a struct entity, not dynamically composed entity. Bing, 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 bing. But I think I can differentiate between the tiles and entities for now. Self players, iterate, any player, position, cell is equal to position. Okay, so that's simple. Now we can run. I think we don't need to run in release mode. It's going to be smooth anyway. Okay, so now I can also not move through a different player. Okay, so, and I'm going to fall down on a different player too. Okay, that's nice. Okay, let me commit what we have. So this is everything like regular movement, no side effects. So now we just need to implement the side effects. Going to be easy, right? Let me see. How are we going to do this? We're going to have logic. Player is going to have sides, which is going to be a list of sides. Specifically 4 sides. So yeah, we can enforce in the compilation time that the number of sides is 4. That's nice, right? Side 4. And side has optional effect. Are we going to have anything else other than side effects, though? On the sides? I guess we can like enable, disable every side separately and doing everything. So this side is the side of anything. It can have optionally an effect, and it can optionally like activate effects. right? So is an effect going to be an enum for us? So it's like either jump or slide or anything else. Is that what we're doing? Okay, we're creating player. Sides is going to be side fact none 4, right? We cannot implement copy, which we need for this, I guess. Wait. Technically I don't want it to be copyable. So I want to instead do std array from fn callback, ignoring the argument, doing this. So yeah, every side is an empty side with no effects on it. When jump is never constructed. Okay. Right. Um. Let me first, without doing the power ups, let me just attach a power up to a player. You know. I can do this over here somewhere. By the way, left, right, space. If let some input. Be this. Huh? Hold on. Let input be this. Else if self assets config. I think I need self assets self player input. If no, because that's different. It's not expressed. Yeah, that's a different logic a little bit. We let input be if assets config controls left any left contains key input some input left, else if config controls right contains key some input right, else if config controls skip contains key, then some input skip, otherwise none. We do if let some input is equal to input. Yeah, because this is now in the configuration file. Okay. Nice. Nice. I want to have like the ability to maybe what's going to be useful for David to like change to have a side effect on a specific side of a player by pressing a button. How about we do something like this inside cheats, right? I'm going to say jump. It's going to be J, you know. So when you press the J key, you're going to have the jump attached to the side. So maybe you press J, and then you press one of the arrow keys, and that's going to change the effect on the corresponding side to be a jump. J press left arrow. Yeah, exactly. Do you want them to be like be held at the same time, or do I just do J and then to the left? I guess just without holding both would be easier for you, or I guess it doesn't matter. I guess it doesn't matter. Because, so then I'm going to do the one that's easier for me to implement, which is holding them down at the same time. It's going to be harder to use cheats then too. Config. Logic. Main. Let me do this. Hello, Nerdcell. How are you doing? Oh, I didn't re-enable my overlay. Yeah, I don't think I re-enabled my overlay. Rewrite it in gang time. Yeah, we have already some success. We have a moving player with gravity, and we loaded the thing from LDTK. By the way, since you were not here in the beginning, the LDTK stuff, I ended up parsing it myself. Yeah, it's not hard, but that's what I ended up doing instead of using a crate. Time to rewrite LDTK. Okay, let me see. I'm going to say here that let direction be match key. Why did you join? You hate that scroll? Wait, which scroll? The smooth scrolling? It's Pog though. Why would we hate it? Or oh, I scrolled with JK. I do that sometimes. It's because it's when I'm just thinking. I don't even know where I'm not want to go. I just press some random button. Sometimes I do like press tab randomly like this. Sometimes I scroll with JK. It's not because I want to go somewhere necessarily. You know? I do have bacon though. But people told me like I have bacon over here on the right. But I can instead. You usually spam Control UD when you're thinking? Control UD? Control UD is hard to spam though. Oh shit. I did some undoing. Because I was in insert mode, I guess. Yeah, I think instead of bacon, I'm going to change it to the actual plugin in New Vim. If it's going to work nicely. Bacon is nice though. Bacon is really nice. And it's pretty fast. I think it's working faster than my Rust Analyzer was working before. You'll just love bacon as a complement to LSP. But it doesn't mean that like this work that bacon is doing is already being done by checking is faster than indexing. Isn't that what a Rust analyzer is doing behind the grounds, just calling the cargo check anyway? To provide me with the diagnostics? So it's already doing exactly what Bacon is doing, no? So does it mean that they are like waiting for the other stuff to happen? No. I think I need to, yeah, I don't know. Guess it doesn't matter if we are checking twice because it's just going to be cached anyway. You think it's checked once. Neo White looks nice. I just switched to it like a minute ago before because I remembered about it. It's looking nicer in my opinion. Why can I not format though? Oh, I forgot the comma. Nicer than VS Code, you mean? No. VS Code is better than Vim. I'm going to try to like Vim though, so I'm not going to go back yet. And I don't think I'm going to Helix because it's not very configurable and it's not animated, which is very important. How do you think I just go to wait like for example, can we is there like this tree plugin in Helix? No, it's not, right? You only have this thing where you can go to a file, right? Fast with fuzzy finding. I should write my own editor, but not in the moment. Yeah. I think I'm going to write my own editor, but not in the moment exactly. Once I'm done with your language, you will do your own editor. You should write your own editor. Thanks for pinning that. You cannot reply to yourself? Really? I guess you can add yourself though. Although other people could reply to themselves in other people's chat, I have definitely seen that, I think. Maybe your stuff is broken. By the way, I don't know if you were here before or after my hyperland crashed. I think it was my hyperland. Maybe like some of the things, but basically my stream was getting laggier and laggier. Eventually I was like running my game at 40 FPS and it looked like it was 20 FPS. My mouse was lagging, everything was like working very bad, even although my CPU was still like at 20%, I think. But I just didn't know what is the reason, and then eventually it just crashed, and I was just in my GDM, so I logged in back and just continued the stream. but I think it was Hyperland crash. Can we just check? Is it in the logs? Hold on. Can we check it right now? Where is my Hyperland logs? What do we have here? Dot Hyperland. Hyperland crash report 1480. Let's take a look at that. Calm down. It was a misinput. Hyperland received signal 11. Segmentation fault. Okay, is Hyperland written in C++, right? I think we just rewrite Hyperland in Rust and then we're going to be fine. Seg fault. Omega lol. How did that even happen? There is some backtrace here. Create and save crash report. Set Windows scan out mode. Okay, so that's my first Hyperland crash. What's the distro and the theme you're using? The distro is NixOS. And the theme? What do you mean by the theme? There is a lot of theme in the different programs. Like this is Zash shell instead of bash, and this is using bullet train theme. And then inside NeoVim, we are using the one dark theme. And then the window manager is Hyperland. That just crashed on us recently. So we just was looking at the crash report. It's seg faulted. The theme of the way bar is something that I copied from that's the way bar at the top. I just copied it from some configuration. I need to fix it, by the way. Some of the icons are not rendering here. There is supposed to be an icon for the memory here. And an icon for the Ethernet connection. Okay, what were we doing anyway? What was I doing? Huh? What was I doing? Oh, the jump effect needs to be constructed over here. Yeah, over here. We do if some direction is equal to direction, and then we also say that if I was scrolling with JK. Window is key pressed. No. Oh, no. Hold on, this config toml. I think I'm just... Yeah, I think for the cheats we can just have one key instead of two keys, you know? It's going to be easier. For the cheats console, it's not going to be a list, but just one key. Whatever. Because, yeah. How do you live without relative file numbers? I don't know. I hate relative file numbers. They are triggering me. I can toggle the numbers easily. I can toggle relative file numbers easily. Okay, let's try it. Let's try. Maybe I'm going to like it. Probably not, though. I think we are default to cheats over here in the beginning. Actually. Cheats. Dot. Jump. Create. Effect. Cheats. Effect. Jump. I think. This is scroll with JK. It's not going to help. I know you like what do you use it for? To go like 30 lines down, go 38 lines up. Okay, I see. I get it. I understand. I understand what you use it for. It's just looking very bad for my eyes, you know, to see instead of the actual line number, the relative line number. Because instead, what I would like, instead of doing 8J with without relative line number, I just do colon 153, and then I'm here on the line 153. You know, it's like I guess it's a little longer to type, but that's how I can do it. It's not what you do though. Yeah, I know that's not what I do. By the way, is there a key so that I go to the next word, but in a camel case? You know, like in between the words. Is that possible? Is that never needed for you? Can I do next word, but that's like you never do it. You just go to the first capital C instead. I think you can set it globally, so it will do it always. Do I want it to be always though? I don't want it always, I think. Or do I? Maybe if it's always, it would be usable. Yeah, usually FT, okay. Okay, so over here I'm going to say self state current selected player, I guess. Selected player mute dot sides direction side index effect is some effect jump, right? Let's also do let effect v if this, then some effect jump. That's done. Some effect, the effect, and then effect is going to be equal to. All right. Over here we also do no, I think we do something like can I do instead here effects? No. Whatever. I think like this code needs to be like moved into the cheats configuration itself. Side index, effect. I'm going to just do if self geng window is keep rest cheats effect delete. And this is going to be some none. And then otherwise it's going to be just none. So we can delete an effect from a side too, which makes sense, right? Delete E. Pick camel cheats rolls. Yes. Wait, can we do something like effect? It's going to be this. Jump is J, and delete is delete. Can I do that? Main 172. Side index is a method that I need to create for the rotation. Side index self going to be u size. I'm going to say self rotate self 0 ram by 4 as u size. There you go. And we go into main 172. Selected player moot. That's something that I don't have, but I can have I have a selected player. I can have a selected player moot though. Moot. What is the key to go to the first non-empty white space? Underscore? Because I just realized, because the yeah, I remembered that from the last time that I did the tutorial. They say that it's no, underscore is better, because how do you press the caret? Caret is very like hard to reach, you know? It's like the keys are very far away from each other, but underscore is nice. That's why I never used to like I've been using like 0 to go to the very beginning. That's why you use helix. Wait, what is it in Helix? It's GS? No. Underscore is better than GS. Underscore is better than GS. Much better. Yeah. Helix is not it. Okay, we crashed. How to load coding. Expected table key. Found a new line. Line 14. Line 14. Add the config toml. Effect. Oh, you cannot do this in multiple lines, right? Why? So why is this so though? The toml is bad, I guess, because I can do this in one line. I think this is going to run. Yeah, ron is better than toml. You think? For the configuration, should I be using the ron? But then ron is also weird. So like, can you explain to me why did they do in ron instead of curly braces the round braces? You just switch from toml because toml doesn't support enums. Yeah, I guess ron is technically like supports more. This just looks nice, you know, to distinguish from maps. You know what? I would do square brackets for maps then, if I was them. So if you do a square bracket and it has an like equal sign or a colon sign, yeah, because there is no syntax for maps in Rust, but there is a syntax for structs. Square brackets for maps. It's called an associated array. Have you never seen PHP? It's called array, but where the keys are not integers, basically. You know Haskell. Haskell has an associated list too. Yeah, it's an array. Okay, anyway, this is working. I can go and try to do the run instead. Okay. What was I doing though? Hold on, I forgot. What was I doing? I did the cheats. Yes, I did the cheats. Okay. So basically, what it means that right now, if I do J down, then we have the jump on the bottom, right? Let me just do the effect first that we can do using that sheet. So inside the logic, we're going to have jump effect, right? Self index input going to return an optional position, right? So that's another system that we have. Check move, move player. Yeah, over here we do self jump. Jump happens before the move and before the gravity, right? If we can jump Am I spaghetti coding? I don't like, for some things, yes. For some things, not really. I think this is like, how am I supposed to do this differently? I'm just doing this very like this. I will have an enum of effects, right? I have a player that's this. I think the model for the game, at least what we had, was pretty simple. I'm having every system differently. So this is like the keyboard input moving of the player. No, not this. This is moving a single player. Hold on. This is a regular movement when I'm pressing a key, and then this is the gravity system, and now I'm going to have the jump system, which is controlling the jumps. Looks better than usually, Kappa. Okay. Do you have any ideas how to make it better? Then, like, tell me before I go too deep. I guess. I mean, I will split the logic into separate, like, files, I guess, but I don't know. You use your ECS library. I don't know how would I use that for this, to be honest. Like, my effects are still going to be enum. Enum is better. And, like, how do I split the things that are enums is my biggest question, I think, right now. I think if I just use the enum, which is like regular code, it's like simple and stupid and easy to understand, then anyway, do you have an example of code? Do you have a working game using your ECS already? And for the farting game, we already started this. I was just splitting some of the features into their own modules. But it's just a matter of where the code lives, actually, I think, mostly. And technically my, like, the only thing that is bad about the farting game is that some functions are too long. You know, they should be split into like isolated systems. But then I don't even think that I need any CS library, to be honest. I just need to split my stuff into isolated systems. That's it. So I have already done this for the Canon, but need to do it for other stuff too. It's going to take time. It's not easy to do. Okay. Here's another pattern that I'm using in this game right now. So instead of applying the method, instead of applying like the effects directly to the entities, right? I'm going to create the check the move. This is going to optionally return me a move. A move is something that is like happening in the game, right? So something that is changing the state. So this method does not mutate self immediately, but it instead returns the mutation that we're going to perform, which means that I will be able to store this and make tests against it. You started to do similar stuff. I think it's like also good because it's going to be testable easily. Immutable methods, yeah. But immutable methods are not always the way. That's not always what you can do. Like for rendering, I don't want to do that. But for the game logic, especially on a turn-based game, that's something that I want. But then again, right now every single system is a method on the game logic, on the game state, and that I don't know, like we're going to end up with 1,000 systems on the with 1,000 methods on just one struct. Is that good or not? Like, how do I fix that? Because they're just like the systems, right? I can make them separate functions instead of making them methods, I guess. But this doesn't really matter. I guess I can make it a function that instead of taking self is just a function that taking the reference to the state. Not necessarily see a problem. Yeah, I guess it's not really a problem. Okay, let's do the jump effect, right? Let's do the jump effect. Basically, I'm going to see that if jump, it's hard to split the state into independent parts. Yeah, exactly. And like, especially in a game, everything is spaghetti. Everything needs everything else. Like, how is one thing? Yeah, like it's just like I almost always want the entire of my state, the entirety of my state. Maybe not always. I don't know, but my state is pretty small right now. I mean, we can just take the reference not to the entirety state of the state of, but to the some parts of it, which is what ECS is doing, kind of. ECS makes it easier to think about independent components. Yeah, but still, like, I have this thing structured, and also like, how do you independently component something that's an enum? That's like weird, also, because this means that this knows about all of the things. You know, so you need to have a sub enum somehow with only with only I don't know, or maybe at least each variant needs to be handled by its own system or something. I'm not sure. I think instead of having the jump effect, we are going to have a system which is a side effect system, just like we had in our so side effects are going to be applied before gravity. Hello, Vestev. So side effects is the thing. You don't need to put everything into an enum, into an ECS. Yeah, I know. Okay, so side effects is a system that's going to go over all of the side effects of a player. Wait, what? Where's my syntax highlighting? What happened? Okay, there it is. I don't know. NeoBeam is buggy, I think. VS Code is better. Yep, confirmed. Okay, so we do for index and side. Not buggier than VS Code. Kappa. Are you sure? What was the last time I saw a bug in VS Code? I don't remember. So we're going to iterate over all of the side effects of this player. You haven't used either in a long time. Okay. Help players index. Index side in player sides iterate enumerate. We see if side effect is some effect, right? Then we do if that some VS Code terminal is broken for me on NixOS, having to use a regular terminal. Really? Let some position is effect dot apply to self index of the player. Player index. I'm not sure what is better, like having a reference to the player here or having an index or ID eventually. Do you have IDs in your ECS, Nerdsel? The generational arena is what you're using, right? Or I mean, you can choose if you did like we were going to do. Currently using hash maps, okay. Oh, that's an implementation detail, I guess. But you're using IDs basically. Effect, apply, and then we return some position, okay. So, okay, hold on. What does this mean? If we are applying an effect to a player at the side, rotation from side index. Index. Okay, so that's what I need to have. Rotation. Here we have two side index or from side index. Side use sides in the self size as I could do. And okay. From side index. Hold on. Side. Oh, I called it from side. Okay. Now we need to create and apply effect. Wait, did I make a custom engine? Yes. Here's the link. Oh wait, it's not going to work. Hold on. Yeah, let me just run my my overlay, because why not? cd projects ttv cargo on release. Yeah, that's what we're doing today. We're rewriting our game that we have made in one engine into the other engine. There you go, the boat is on, and I can fix the overlay. There you go. Dun, 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 dun. Effects apply. We need to generate apply method for the effect. Apply. This is going to be called state. So yeah, we're applying this the effect. I guess I don't want it to be copyable. Alright, sure. Just so that we don't copy it on accident. So yeah, we're applying it to this game state, to the player index, and the side index is this. Like from rotation. Like the rotation should be called direction, by the way, I think. Right? I think that's a better name instead of rotation. Like the direction where I apply the effect, not the rotation. There you go. Refactoring. Rename a rotation into direction. Angle. No, it's only 4 directions. In our game, we have only 4 directions. Up, left, down, and right. Why it is not an emo? Hold on, actually it is an angle. Rorection. Hold on. Actually, because I want the 0 and 4 to be the same thing, basically. 0 is down, but down is not only 0, down is also 360 degrees. Because those are like different things that I need to distinguish. Sometimes. Sometimes I want the angle, and sometimes I want just one of the 4 directions. Sometimes I want the difference. So it's like the angle. What did we call it? Angle in the engine? Right? So maybe we want to call it angle then, just like the angle in the engine, because it's exactly the same thing. Maybe actually angle is the good naming here. Okay, rename, kill. Okay. Angle just like angle. Yeah, exactly. We have it in the prelude though, right? Angle in the engine. Can we name it something else than angle then? We cannot have integer angles. Can we? Using the thing that you had? No, we cannot. But over here I want the integer. Yeah, we're using the angle from the prelude now. In the main. There are better alternatives for the name. Right now we are colliding with the actual angle, which is a different thing. Although, hold on. Can we just use the angle? No. I want... It's hard. So, like, technically I can call it angle, but it's going to collide with the namings. But I still want that angle to be in my namespace. Still. Angle T is float, yeah. So this only works for the floats. Which, I think we could make this one work for integers too. So it's going to have the methods as radians, for example, or as degrees. But this method only exists for the angle with floats. I think we can have an angle in the engine that also supports integers. Because that's a useful thing to have. Right? If you want. Okay, well, I don't know. I don't have my patches set up yet. I'm using the stuff from... So yeah, I'm not going to move something into the engine yet. I'm just going to have here to do make angle from padbox work with integers and remove this shit. Okay. Okay, so we're going to call this rotation for now still. Or, hold on. Let me rename this into int angle. Hello, Mr. Rust Analyzer. Can you rename stuff for me? Do you think it's going to rename it eventually, or... Oh, wait, Rust Analyzer has panicked. That's perfect. Nice. Again. LSP restart. Let's go. 213. Okay. Nice. Fact apply. Okay, let me do jump, self player index and input option position. Okay, and we also need to have the direction here, right? Going to start calling those angles. Int angle. Okay. So we're jumping at the angle. Angle. I'm going to call this jump from angle. Because this is not where we're jumping from, it's where the side effect is activated on which side of the player. Right? Right. So I'm going to have here Player index is U size. Yeah, okay. So path is going to be equal to vec 0, 1 and vec 2, 0, 2. Then I say if angle is up, then path push back to input delta 2. Which means that over here I'm going to, instead of matching, do plus input back to input delta 0. So that's going to simplify this code too. Okay. Int angle. Yeah, right. This rename into an int angle. Nice. Okay. I think we can do normalize self into self. It's going to be self 0% rem Euclid 4, that thing, which means that side index is going to be self normalize 0 z size, and over here going to match self normalize 0. In the main, the logic, hold on, where's input now? Input, implement input, fan delta, going to return an integer, match self left is -1, self skip is 0, self right is 1. Okay, angle is up. Self normalize 0 is equal to 0. No, is up. Hold on, up is 2, yes. Hold on. What is the default rotation of a player? What do you think? Is it down or is it up? Are we by default facing up or facing down when we are standing on the ground? What would you say? Is it up or down? Up? Because we're standing up. Yeah. I guess like my thinking, like right now my default is down. Because I was thinking that we're facing down. But actually, it makes more sense to be standing up. And also I think the right needs to be 0. We need to like actually make it work the same as the regular angles, which are the floating point angles. So it's going to be up, right, left. It's going to be right, up, left, down. So right is 0, up is 1, left is 2, and down is 3, I think. So that's going to be better. So up is 1, right? That makes more sense. Right is 0, up is 1, left is 2, down 3. 2 metrics. Yeah, because then we can also have 2 radians actually, which is going to be just self 0 multiplied by the divided by 2, right? And then the default sprite rotation is up, which is why I need to do a little bit of changes. Rotate, change t this, okay. See, I'm started like to get used to the F's and T's when I'm changing some code. Alright. Is down, bool. Angle is up. 2 for 1. If angle is up. Mismatch types, explicit position. Oh, okay, I see. Okay, so we have the path that we are constructing. Also, do I just replace every rotation? Wait, hold on. Can I have in Vim the replace in all the files with confirmation? So like %d slash rotation slash angle slash gc, but for all of the files. Also, what does this mean? Trailing characters slash rotations. Hold on. Hold on. How do I replace everything? Percent s slash rotation slash angle slash gc. Okay, yeah. I want this with confirmation, but like for all the files. That was the only one in this file. Then we go main. Yes. Oh, wait. So for the camera, I actually don't want this. But this is the only rotation. Okay, nice. Everything has been done properly already. Okay, so over here I'm just going to match self, and if it's jump, then we do state jump from player index. We need to have input here. Okay. And is available profile index for the jumping. Is left is never used. Is right is never used. That's okay, I guess. Although this warning is like, yeah, I think eventually I will want this to be here, right? Do I just allow that code? It feels weird, but okay. 2, 4, 5. So now we finally, are we implementing the jump now? Jump from player index. All right. So let me get the player. Or rather, position is going to be self players of the player index position, right? So I'm going to do this. Yes, it's just like the code that we had before, and I'm going to go and say that if let some index is a path, or actually I need to rotate it first, right? So for p for point in path, we need to say that point is going to be point plus position cell plus point I'm going to have like angle rotate back so I need this method also. Rotate vector is going to take the rotation and the vector and return the rotated vector by this, basically. So I'm going to match self-normalize 0, right? And then we are unreachable. But what's the best way to write this? I can mesh 4 times, or I can apply the rotation 3 times if the value is equal to 3, and just apply the rotation once. Write the function to rotate once. I don't know. So 0 is going to be just p, 1 is going to be p rotate 90, and then 2 is going to be a negative p, and then 3 is going to be a negative p rotate 90, right? Like that. Other stuff is unreachable. Also, I want to, I guess, implement add for entangle output is self self 0 plus RHS 0. So we want to implement adding, and we also want to implement subtraction. This is a sub. Okay. 276. Necessary parenthesis. Variable does need to be mutable. Okay, so now we have this, right? We have all of the cells that we're going through. If any of them is blocked, then we're going to stop the jump. Well, technically, I don't need to mutate here. I just can go over this immediately and say that P is this. It still needs to be mutable because I want to add that sometimes. Okay. So I'm going to say here that I'm going to do instead path into iterator map P this. Yep. Okay. So now we say that if path can I do like enumerate and position in the same call, by the way? I want to enumerate this. And I want to call position. But I feel like this is also something that you want to usually. I want to have the position and the value. So like the index and the value of something that I can find. Well, I guess it's enumerate find is what I. So I'm going to find index and point. Self is blocked. So if any position is blocked, well, I guess the previous then. Hold on, I need like the previous position though. Hmm. I guess we do let. I guess we do for p in path. If self is blocked position, then we do like break. Or what? We do return. Or we do a return some position. No. Position is this, but then we do let mute new position is going to be none. I think that's what I do. So if it's blocked, I'm just going to break. In the end, we're going to return the new position. And if something is not blocked, then I'm going to just say that new position is going to be equal to position, where the cell is equal to p, and the rotation, which is going to be angle too, is going to be equal to position rotation. I guess there's two variants, right? If angle is up, then position rotation plus input direction. I can do a plus with an integer. That makes sense, right? Input delta. So yeah, otherwise it's just going to be a regular position rotation. New position is sum, yeah. Okay, rotation is going to be renamed into angle. And then I need to be able to add not only, or can I do from, I have a from side, which by the way is wrong right now. Hold on, this one is wrong. Side index, or is it not wrong? Maybe it's not wrong. So the right side which will be side 0. Okay. Okay. I guess 2 int self 0 from int is something that we need. Two nine three. Over here we do int angle from I32 input delta. Yeah. To 30 on the main. Two I32 is never used. Okay, fine. Let me see if the jump is going to run or not. To work. I have a key like J down. Oh shit. I jumped. But I jumped to the right. That's because the rotation of 0. That's what it is. Okay. So down is 3, which makes sense. By default, the default rotation is to the right. Wait, default rotation is down actually. Hold on. When we're spawning the player, I think I'm just going to allow that code everywhere. Or can I make bacon ignore specific warnings? Can I make bacon ignore specific warnings? Bacon help. Additional job arguments. Oh, the job is check. So cargo check help. Can I do cargo check but allow specific warnings? Cargo check but allow warnings. Cargo check should allow disabling warnings. Oh, this is an open. Okay. Because Rust flags is going to make us recompile every dependencies. I think. Right? So what if I do Rust flags? Okay. Like, can I do Rust flags is going to be allow dead code cargo check bacon actually. Yeah, see, it's like recompiling everything, which it should not be doing. I want this to only be for my own crate. Now I recompiling everything because I just recompiled everything also. So this is not going to... Yeah, that's not good. I guess I'm going to just ignore those for now. I don't know. Or maybe I say in main in the very beginning allow dead code, because I think that warning is like one of the only ones that I want to actually disable. It's okay. Okay, so we are doing incorrectly right now. First of all, my default angle, by default, I'm facing up. That's what I should be saying, right? Right. Let's say when we are doing the side effects, right? Player index, we are iterating over the sides. So we do from side index, but from side needs to also have the rotation of the player. So like the angle of the player. So angle of the player is going to be player position angle, and the side is side index. So now we go into the definition of that. This should have angle. Okay, I don't know, entity angle self. Right. So yeah, we basically are doing entity angle for the side index. Index number 0 means right. Hold on. I think the I think the default angle should be 0. Actually. And that's going to solve all of the issues. Yeah, by default we're facing right, not facing up or left, because that's the default angle. The 0 angle is the one that's facing right. That's how everything works. So that's how it should work for the player too. Zero angles do not exist. Huh? Angle is between two lines. Why am I recompiling everything from scratch? Because of those rice flags? Okay. Fine. Zero angle is between two lines. Well, zero angle is when two lines are parallel to each other. Negative angles do not exist either. No. The line can have a direction, you know? Which means that the negative angle can exist. And the angle between two lines is, you can do multiple times going around. 2. Okay, so this works, I think, right? I mean, we're always jumping to the right. Although okay. Yeah, I think the side activation is wrong. That's right. I'm just always activating the jump, and we're jumping the wrong direction also. Logic, jump from. This is from angle, which means that also the angle should be able to be negated. Let me do this. Simple negate for int angle. My cursor is lagging hard. Is it? It's smooth though. What do you mean? I think you're trolling me. Output itself. The conditioning is getting worse. No trolling. What do you mean conditioning? Probably some jumping indicator when quick jumping cursor in Vim. What? Jump from angle is up. So we're jumping from down though, right? Are we? Angle rotate back. Let me see. Yeah. Okay. Over here we do angle. This is where we're jumping from, which means that jump to is negative, is equal to negative jump from. This is the angle. Just jump to angle. So here I'm doing jump to relative to up, and then I'm rotating based on that. All the time when scrolling around in code, cursor elongates. Lerp jumps between two positions. White box turns into a jumping arrow. Yeah, that's how it's supposed to be. Okay, I'm jumping. I'm rotating. Well, it kind of works, but also not really. I think my jump is always being active, which it should not be. I can add some logging, or I can just guess where the problem is. Side effects. Let's go here. Right. So we are going over all the sides. So yeah, if any side has an effect, and we're applying the effect from that side. From the side of that effect. Which means also player position angle plus this side. That's the actual side, right? So if I do J down, ah shit. Well, something is different. Hold on. So if this side effect is active, no. Okay, fine. I will do debugging a little bit. Let's do over here. Log debug. Jumping from jump from. Let's see. Technically, like because I don't have the visualized. So yeah, over here I'm jumping from down. Jumping from up. Now I'm jumping from left. This is all wrong. Hold on. My default angle is 0, right? Then we are attaching to the side that is down. So to the side number 3, right? We're attaching to side number 3, the jump, because that's what the keys I'm pressing. So we are doing the player angle is going to be 0 because that's the default one. 0. 0 plus 3 is going to be 3, right? J down. Down left. Down left. Left. Down. So I'm holding right, but I'm rotating to the left, which is weird. Weird. It almost works, but it doesn't. Some of my math is wrong. Hold on. If we have an effect on our side, right? Let me just say that log debug, we have effect on side angle is int angle from side index, right? This is the side angle. We have on side angle side, there rotation is this. Fact angle. Player rotation is player position angle. Okay, let's document everything here. Logic effect cannot be All right. The fact this needs to be debuggable. Hello? Hello? My Vim just was hanging. Bug clone. Sure. Also, I think when I'm doing the cheats, over here, I'm going to do self start, maybe animation. Maybe start animation. The input is going to be input skip. Let's go. Invisible farts. They're being green screened, yes. Okay, so if I do J down, so yeah. We have jump on left side. Player rotation is down. Wait, player rotation is down? Player rotation is not down right now. Up. Left. Down. That's not down. Hold on. Did I not change this? Logic. Player rotation by default is right. So if I do J down, player rotation is down. Hold on, that's wrong. I think my debug is wrong. I don't have everything here. Yeah, 0 is right. Okay. Right. 1 is up. 2 is left. 3 is down. Okay. Hopefully everything is now synchronized here. Still edit? Yeah. I want to implement at least something, you know? Originally, we made this game in 9 days. I mean, we have like movement, right? We have changing the players and everything. I don't have the jumps working though. Okay. Okay, player rotation is right. We have jump on downside. Makes sense. So we're jumping from down. Okay. We're jumping from down. So am I just jumping towards my ground right now? I think that's what's happening. So when we're jumping from somewhere, we're jumping to negative direction. So for example, if we're jumping from below, it means that jump to is down. Jump from is down, so jump to is up. Which means that this should be 0. So when we're rotating, it's going to be still the same. Can I do... I can do iteration like that instead. Yeah, okay. So can I do log debug path collect into a vec. Then I clone it. The iterator. Okay. Okay, so basically, let's take a look at this. We're jumping from down, so it means we're jumping up. So we start from negative this, then here, and then here, which actually is exactly correct. That's exactly correct. Hold on. We're actually jumping up. Hold on. What if I do this, J down? So now we're jumping from left. Jumping from left is wrong. So does this mean that this formula is incorrect? When we're jumping from left, left minus up means 1. So we are rotating counterclockwise once. Which means that we're jumping left. Yeah, exactly. Hold on. Wait. But jump 2 is right. Hold on. Jump 2 is right. Debug. Jumping. Jump 2. This is going to be right. So when we're jumping right, it means that this vector needs to be rotated clockwise. Right? When we're jumping from left... Oh, wait. When we're jumping from left, we're still jumping left. So that's wrong. Okay, that's it. I found it. My negation function is wrong. Nice. I found it. The negative over here. Because, yeah, that's not how you do negation of 4 angles, right? Actually, that is how you do negation. But I need to do not negation. I need to do opposite. Which is a different thing. Which is going to be self plus 2. So jump from dot opposite. We need to add 2. Yeah, exactly. So that's what I did. Just my math was a little wrong. I forgot. Maybe I should like not have the negation if I have made this mistake. So like I should not have this method on purpose because negation is not opposite. And when I'm going to do opposite next time, I'm going to make the same mistake. So yeah, now I'm jumping up. When I'm jumping though, I'm rotating the wrong direction. Let me do this. Input delta. Let me do angle plus input. That's going to be easier. So we can add input to integer angle. So it's going to be self 0 plus right hand side delta, because like the right is positive, but positive is left, because counterclockwise is positive for angles, so I need to subtract the angles here basically. Okay, now that's going to be working. And also the other thing that we need to do is yeah, so basically now if I have my jump on the bottom, then we're going up. Okay, this is all working. All right, nice. Nice. So now my jump effect is always active though, which it should not be, right? Side activation logic should be different. So side effects. We're going to see we're only going to apply effect if this side is applying side effects, right? So this is the side angle. Hold on, side angle is wrong. I mean, yeah, that's not what it should be named though. Side angle. Is it used anywhere? Player position angle plus. I think I just do this. Instead of effect angle, we have the side angle. Yes. Okay. So the effect should be applied not only if it exists, but also if by that side we have something that's triggering the effect. So yeah, we should do self if self is trigger, player position self plus side angle as 2vec. So now we need 2 more functions, which is trigger, just like is blocked. Just like is blocked, we also have is trigger. Is triggering this position on the level if it's triggering something. So the tile is triggering, or players. Players are also triggering these side effects, sure. So now we go here, and is blocking is going to be the same, but for this trigger. So nothing doesn't trigger us. Block does trigger us, and disable doesn't trigger us. So that's it. And now we also want for the angle. You know what? Let me create the int angle.rs file, which just has my angle, which makes sense. I think. Hold on 1 second. Okay. Mm-hmm. So integer angle is its own module. Okay. Rotate vec is private. Everything needs to be public here. We just need the 2vec. Okay. Okay, so if I attach the jump to the bottom side, then I'm jumping up. Is that how it was looking like before? Yeah, and also like at any point, I can exit the deadlock right now. We can jump from the walls too. Okay. So something is working. Uh, hmm. Which is good. I just don't have it rendered. The jump is basically working right now already. Yes. So we need to add the power-ups then and be and rendering it. Okay. I need to take a break though to have a dinner, and then I will continue. I guess we can finish today. I think just do like 3 more hours. Jump og. Okay. Add text. Eating food. Will be back soon. Okay. I did some bold stuff and it didn't work. Okay, legit brains. Okay. I'll be back in like 15 minutes, maybe. And then we'll continue and finish it. There you go. Have some music. Okay, I'll be back.
Hi.
Hello there? Okay, we're back. Is the audio glitching? I think the audio was glitching again. What is using 6 gigabytes? Redeemed hello? Is redeeming hello doesn't work for you again? Rust Analyzer is using 6 gigabytes. Okay, makes sense. Okay, so we have working everything, something, right? We have working movement and we have working jumps. By using cheats, I can create a jump on my bottom side and I'm going to continue to like be jumping all the time like that. So I can attach side effects, but only using cheats right now. So we instead need to spawn the power-ups and yeah, that's it. So our game state is going to have power-ups. Power-ups. It's going to be a list of power-up. Well, actually, like I'm thinking, should those all be just entities? Are you doing in your game, Nerdsoul, the entity? Is there an entity structure with having like all possible components there? No? So you have the player and power-ups archetypes. But yeah, let's see how is the power-up different. We're going to have power-up, which is going to have effect on it, right? And it's also going to have position, including the rotation. So like technically we have the position component on both this and this guy, right? And then there's also going to be just wall effect is what I called it before, which is just going to have position and effect, which is different from this one because this one, like, the wall effect is just pushing you. The power up is the something that you can pick up. So that's how it's different. So even although the fields are exactly the same, they're still different things. Okay, let's do this. Power ups is going to be level, layers, iterate, flat, map, layer, layer entities. This game is almost completely physics based, so not going to have much stuff. Which game? Do I know what you're making? I don't think I have heard about this new project. It's a game from GMTK 2021, which was what? Connected together? I'm going to try improving the visuals in it to prepare for the next gem. Okay. We have power-ups that we need to initialize, so I'm going to do filter map, entity, entity dot identifier, strip prefix, strip suffix, I think power, because that's how we won't have it right now. And then we have power, strip prefix, and then we do map, name, name, hold on. Filter map. Yeah, we just do map, name, and then over here we do power up with all of the fields, and then we collect it all. So power up is going to be position, position is cell, position, cell is entity position, angle is going to be int angle down. I think by default is what we're going to have. I don't know. Okay. By the way, I set the default angle when player is standing on the ground to be right and not up and not down, because right is the zero angle. Should I change it to up? I don't know. It's all weird. Yeah, I think I'm going to change it because it's like going to be triggering me all the time. I'm going to change it to up again. Okay. We already tried the down, we already tried the right. Now the final thing is going to be up. But before that, I'm going to change the power up to be facing down. Or is it like, where is it on the side? Okay, hold on. If the power up is on the bottom side of the tile, is the angle down or is the angle up? Because it's on the side that's like below the center of the tile. What does it mean? Is the angle up or is the angle down? Okay, effect is going to be match name underscore unreachable unimplemented this power is unimplemented. Hello, Atigon. Okay, so I'm going to do jump. It's going to be fact jump. No opinions. When it's on the bottom sides, it's on the downside or on the upside. No idea. Like if the player that's standing on the ground is facing up, so the angle is up, or should it be also right, just like over here? I don't know. That's weird, you know? So you missed it. If the power up is placed on the specific position, it can be on the left wall of the tile or the right wall of the tile, on the up wall, on the top wall, or on the bottom wall, right? But if it's on the bottom wall, it means that it's facing upwards, right? Right? I mean, technically, maybe since it's a power up, and it's going to be facing downwards when it's like appended to the player. So, like by default, when it's on the ground, the power up should the angle be down or should the angle be up, or should it be right? I think it should be down. Actually, you know what? You know what? If we look at the LDTK on the current level that we have, world LDTK, let's see. This one, see, side is down, so this is on the downside. The player is also on the downside because the default side is down, actually. That's how I made it. I think it is going to be the side that we're standing on, basically, you know? So it should be down after all, by default for everything. So if we're standing still, we're not standing up. We are standing on the side that is down, below. Does that make sense? I don't know, they all make sense. They all make sense. Okay, let's see, let's go, power-ups. Power-ups, the mesh, okay. I guess we also need the mesh, but like technically this needs to go somewhere else. I will think about it later though. Mesh to do should not be here. Yes, exactly. So we go 138. Here, the power-up mesh should be entity mesh clone. Okay. So now I can go into main. Can go into main. I can go into draw. I'm going to do 4 power-up in self-state power-ups. I'm going to do self-draw mesh and buffer, power-up mesh, RGBA white, free, translate. I need to convert position into metrics. That's what I need. power up, position cell. Translate, okay. Then we multiply this by rotate. Or it's just going to be power up, position, angle to matrix. So like but default matrix is going to be, yeah, we need to subtract from int angle down because that's the default one. So we convert this to matrix, and then we multiply by translate splat negative 0.5. Yeah. Okay, so this is going to make me see the power up on the floor. Okay, there it is. I cannot pick it up though yet. So now I need to be able to pick up stuff. So logic, when we are doing the move. By the way, hold on. So like technically this is not a move, right? This is just me picking up a thing which should not have an animation on it. So this is the change of the positions. But also like, so should I be describing every change that I want here? Like for this one specifically, I want a mutable. I don't know, I still want an event that like this has been disappeared so that I can draw the animation of disappearing or appearing of something, right? So I still need to like know about this as an event. So I still need to describe it. Right? So I need to do this specific thing should be instant though. Ah. How do I want it? I don't know, let's have it in a move. Alright, fine. Also, should the move be like a list of moves? It's instead of this. I don't know what is better. Alright. Instead of the fields. So instead we could say that like I don't know. Like, so we can do collect power up. is going to be it's like an event basically, right? So yeah, that's what I want to do. I want to create a number of movement events, a number like of events that have appeared. So it's not really a move. It's like an event, I think, is what we need here. Okay. Fine. Let's do a little bit event. Event is going to be an enum. Player move. I need to like technically also differentiate between the different types of events, like player has jumped, or player has moved, or player has done anything else, so that because I don't want the sound effects and the visual effects to be listed here, so I need to figure out how exactly the movement happened, right? Which is the events. Okay, for now I'm just going to have player move. Player. And position. So this is going to be not an optional, but it's going to be a list of events that have happened, right? So over here, I'm just going to do result, players, So for example, the player can only generate one event at a time, right? Or should we be able to, like, for example, should we be able to pick up like before I could only make one movement at a time, so this makes sense, but like can I pick up something and then move at the same time? I think it should be instead I pick up something. Hold on. Events, push, event. Is Davey here? We need I think we should be able to pick up multiple things. Yes, like some things can be happening simultaneously. But some things cannot. Is Davy here? It's not Is Davy here. That's a better name. Like there can be only one move that can happen, and for the move we have like this priority list already, right? I don't know. Hold on. Okay, fine. Let's do event instead of a move. Move player. Check player move. That's a better name for this one. Okay, maybe not. Hold on. Rename back. How do I want it? I like it's hard. It's hard. Power ups collected. Okay, fine. Let's do it. Let's do this instead. By the way, whatever. I don't know. This is also hard. Code is hard. Why can't the code be easy? Power ups collected. Okay, power ups collected. Let's do this. Collected. Collected power up. Right. I should rename move to turn. That's better name. That's not a keyword in Rust. Collected power up. So like player is going to be an index, and then power up is going to be an index. That's literally it. And also the side. Mm-hmm. I don't like this. 275. Collected power ups collected. Let's see. Is it a list, right? Okay. Okay, so basically before checking the player moves, I need to see if the players have collected some power ups. Right? Right. So we're going to be here again for index. For, um, collect power-ups. Let's do this. Collect power-ups. Yep. Because that's not dependent on the input. Collect power-ups is going to return a list of collected power-ups. So we're seeing for player index player in self players iterate enumerate. For power up index power up in self power ups iterate. Not why enumerate. Okay, if player position cell is not equal to power up position cell, then we continue. So they must be like in the same spot. And also, let's see. Player side is going to be power up position angle minus player position angle side index. Okay. So we say that if player, this is just side, player side. Okay. If player at player side effect is none, right? And we can pick it up. So we do result push collected power up. Player is player index, side is player side, and power up is power up index. Okay. Side. Side index is what I want. Here is going to be use size. Means that technically I can rename this to just side, okay. Side of the player. So I should rename this to player side so it's more obvious. Because it's side relative to the player. Okay, so power-ups collected is a list of collect power-up. Okay. So now when we are performing the move, okay, let's rename this to turn while I'm at it. Turn. Turn. So perform the turn. Is going to be let turn players power-ups collected. So I do a pattern matching here so that I don't forget about new fields to implement them here. You know, that's how I do it. I don't do turn players, I just do in players. So now I'm not using the power-ups. We do for collects for power-up in power-up collected. We do self players power-up player side power-up player sides power-up player side fact is going to be equal to sum. Wait, shit. So yeah, we don't need the indices because what I'm going to remove here. Okay, I need to use IDs actually. And to use IDs. Okay. So we do self power-ups remove power-up power-up. I guess I'm just going to rename this to event. So we're removing, I'm taking the effect from the power-up. That's what I'm doing. Okay. So that's it. Is this going to work now? Hello, Davey. Welcome back. I think we're going to collect the jump power-up now. No, we're not. I lied. Wait, I did not lie? Did I want to ask you anything? Yeah, there's a question. There's a question, but I don't remember. I see. So I think it's either power-ups have been collected or we're moving, because that's what like happening before. Like before the movement, we do the power-ups. I think that's like two separate steps that we do. I think we do if result power-ups collected is not empty, then we just return result immediately. But that also was a little weird. Hold on. Only okay, well it worked. I guess it's because I'm still doing the animation for it. That's why. I was thinking about a new feature. Alright, what's the new feature that we're thinking about? I think there are like separate stages in the game. First, we figure out whether we collect the power-ups. And then we do the actual move. So the turn is actually split into two things, which is the power-ups, and then optionally the move. You know? So I think actually, let's do this. Pub function. Okay, power up collection. This is going to take mutable stuff. Okay, I think that's how we do it. Okay, so then the turn is actually not the turn, it's actually the moves. That's the better name. Okay, so the moves of all of the players. That's what we're doing. I'm going to delete that. Power-ups collected. It's not going to be here. Their form moves. Moves. Oh yeah. Okay. Turn. I want there to be something similar to null power, but it's not only get rid of your power, but you can transfer it to the surface and convert it to a side effect. That you can bring power and set it on a wall to do easy wall jump. Yeah, I was thinking like, how do we make the effects transfer from one player to another player? Because I think that's also a good idea. So what you're saying is we are converting our side from being a side effect into being a side power-up. And then when it touches something that can take a power-up and convert it to effect, right? But then, like, let's say that this, like, stuff, the transfer power, is on the ground. So we move to the ground. So our side effect has been turned into the power up, but it should not go into the same wall that that we just touched. Sticky surface that takes your effect. So yeah, if we like implement it like trivially, then it would be a sticky surface that takes your effect from you. But I think it's like it would be cool if it doesn't take your effect immediately, but only like if you like that converts your side into something that can stick, but it's not going to be stick immediately. Like, is this possible to do this? I guess maybe it's going to be a sticky thing, but the wall cannot accept the side effect or something like that. I don't know. Okay, so in the logics, I'm going to have we'll see you write it down. Okay. So yeah, power up collection is a system that's like completely separate from moves. Let me rename this also check moves and check player move. Okay. Nice. Power up collection is going to be. Also, when I'm renaming the files, the other files that have been renamed, they don't get saved automatically. So I need to go over all of them when I do Rust analyze rename and rename everything myself, which is something that VS Code is doing for me. Power up collection, let's see. WA, okay. Write all, okay. Makes sense. I just forget about it sometimes, and then I see that I still have the error. Just like forgetting about saved files is an issue. Which is why I had in VS Code the auto save when I'm just typing anything, so that I don't forget about it like at all, you know. Okay, so power up collection. We're going to do collect power ups. Yeah, instead of collecting power ups. I guess I'm going to just change this into process power ups. It's going to take mutable self, and it's going to do nothing. Okay. You once deleted a file in the middle of editing it, so the buffer saved you. Okay, result should not be here. Okay. Okay, so I'm just going to say that this is the side of the player. So side effect is none, then we do side effect is equal to power up effect, some power up effect. And we also delete this power up to delete power ups. Power up index. To delete power ups. Sort. To delete power ups. Dedupe. Does dedupe tell me if something has been deleted or not? Because technically we can have the same bug that we had in when we were writing in bevy. We can transfer the same power up into two players at the same time if they are at the same position. Why they wouldn't be at the same position? Yeah, they should not be in the same position. That's true. But like in the physics, if we were writing a physics game, we would have the same bug as we had in bevy. Like, remember when we had it? When in one frame, two players collided with the same power-up. Okay, players should be iterated mutably. Well, technically I should just like remove them just here. immediately. Cannot move out of. Yeah, see, like, but at least right now, I have this error, right? I cannot move out of the power up effect. That's right, because I want to delete this power up here. So I think instead of to delete, we are going to do for every player when we're doing this, we're going to save the things that we have collected. It's going to be back, right? So over here, I'm doing collected push power up index. Or what? Like, how do I do this? Because I cannot delete something while I'm iterating over the thing. That's the biggest problem. So I can save it to the later. Which probably means that we should instead have collects collected is going to be collected power up. We still have it. This thing. We should just have it local to this thing, I think. So collected power up is going to be a vac new. So I'm going to iterate not mutably, but regularly here. And I'm not going to transfer the power up immediately. Instead, we do collected push, collected power up, right? Which is going to be player is going to be player index, and power up is going to be power up index, and side is going to be player side. This is not mutable, this is a regular reference. Okay. Okay, so now we do for collected and collected, or like for event in collected, we do self players event player sides event player side effect replace with self power-ups remove. Okay, hold on. Power-up is self power-ups remove and power-up, right? So this will panic if it has not been removed. And then over here, I am replacing our with value that's what? Leaving a sum in its place. Okay, so we replace with power up effect. This is our previous effect. And we also can assert that previous effect is none. Right? So that's what we do. So process power-ups is going to be basically something like this. Instead of like just checking the moves, this is going to be private. right? So I'm going to have a method here, process turn, which takes mutable self and input and returns optional moves. So first thing that we do is we process the power-ups, and after that, after all of the power-ups has been like collected, we check the moves. So that's it. Okay. So it's not check moves, it's maybe start animation, it's process turn. Yo, Jerem! Hello there. Wait, were you playing the game today? I've been streaming for a long time. I'm working on a different game today. Not on the forts. I'm working on a linksider, which is a game with which we have won a game jam. A little puzzle game. Log debug moves. Okay, yes. This is a little puzzle game where we have a player who's a cube, and we can move around like this, and then we can collect power-ups. Like right now I have collected the jump power-up, so when I'm on a specific side which has the jump, I can jump. This is the remake of the game that we have already made, but I'm rewriting it in my own engine to hopefully have easier time writing code. Looks like we are almost there. No. Like, it's basically, I want to work on 2 games now. On the farts and on this game. 2 games are going to be my projects for the next about half a year. Which jam? The bevy jam. It's a jam for a specific engine, which is why I'm rewriting this now into my own engine, because I don't want to continue working in that one. The bevy jam. If you want to play the game, it's still cool. We're just going to expand it. You can check it out over here. It's a relatively small jam though, because it's a specific engine in Rust programming language. There was like, I don't remember how many games were there, like 100 maybe. Legendary bevy jam. Yeah. It is the game that has the most statistics on my itch right now, so it is technically my best game. If we go to statistics, the farts are number 3, and this one is number 1. Number 2 is the extreme sports. I don't know if you saw that one, where we were doing downhill skiing for LD50. So yeah, I'm basically like, I have made some quite like relatively successful gem games, and I want to eventually have something that is not a gem game but something better. So that's what I'm working on 2 games now, on the farts and on the linksider. Okay, I think the only thing that I'm missing is the art. Is the art? Yes, the art. Okay. Okay, so in order to draw the art over here, I'm going to do for side index and side in player sides iterate enumerate it. I'm going to say this is the matrix of the player, by the way, right? Matrix. I'm going to say matrix is this. So matrix for the side is going to be matrix is no. Position transform is just the translation matrix. The old Jammer 2, I want a full game journey. Yeah. Have you made this journey or no? Yeah, basically, I like it was actually, you know what? It was something like this. So I wanted to make my farting game into a full game, so I started working on it, right? And then I was like not very happy with the code quality. So I wanted to try out a different engine to figure out if like they are going to do it better, you know? So I joined another gem to try out a different approach. And what happened is that the game that we made ended up being like the best game that I have ever created. So this one, the linksider. So yeah. So now I need to not only work on the farts, but also on the other. Which is why also I don't want to really join any more gems anymore. Because what happens if I create another good game? Good at gems. I have transformed the gem game as far as I can go. As it can go. I have moved away from gems and started on working on the full game in the GZ Doom engine. Okay, nice. Yeah, I have seen you working in the GZ Doom engine. Did you just start recently though? How long have you been working on that? Did you just start recently? I saw you were making a level in GZ Doom. Okay, so this is going to be local transform. Okay. Okay, so the matrix for the player is going to be position transform multiplied by local transform. That's how you get like the complete transform, right? But for this side, we need to add another transform in the beginning. Hold on. No. Transform. Transform, okay. No, we just have the transform because the local transform is going to be applied here. Yeah. Okay, so transform is going to be transform multiplied by so this is the side here, which means that we just need to translate. Do we have a rotate around? We need a rotate around in the engine. Nerdsoul. That's what we need. The amount of work that's done for you is incredible. All I have to do is level of objects, sound effects, and narrative. Yeah, so that's like completely different from the way we are doing things here. We are instead trying to discard everything that's made for us and make everything ourselves. So I have my own custom engine, and yeah. I just told Nerdsel that we should have like the thing that transforms easier. So transform. Yeah, so like to rotate around a point, you need to translate something to the center and then rotate around center. So yeah, this can be done using, instead of 3 function calls, to have just 1 function call, so it's looking easier. To do mat3 rotate around. There you go. So we do the rotation, and the angle is going to be angle, integer angle from side index as 2 radians. Okay, nice. So that's the transformation, and then we need to also, by the way, the 0 transform. Okay. Hold on. I need to find the wait, what is this? Hold on. So if I'm opening a new line here, then we have a star in the beginning. I think that's because they're assuming that I'm doing an unordered list. They're assuming that I'm doing the markdown, and something that begins with a star is an ordered list. Is that true? 1, 2, 3, 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, 4. No, not with a minus, but with a star. It works. Weird. Like, well, where is the star coming from? Anyway. So I need to find the mesh. The mesh is going to be, we're also drawing it only if, shit. Okay. If let some effect be side effect that's multi-line comment. This star is coming from the multi-line comment, or what? So mesh is what we need to find, which means that we need to go to self assets world, or technically just self level. But that's something that should not be here. Layers, iterate, flat map, entity. Okay, hold on, layer entities. That's the wrong way to do it. I just want to see it on the screen, please. And then we do find map entity. If entity dot identifier is equal power effect is equal to format effect power. It's so bad. And we do sum entity mesh. Otherwise we do none. Okay, so we are finding the mesh here, and that's what we are going to draw. So draw mesh. Hello. Shows it. Santos 30. Hello. Draw mesh. And buffer mesh. Color is going to be just white. And matrix is what we just calculated. Transform. Mesh. Expected mesh found option. Okay. Basically it means that expect failed to find mesh. And also this needs to be like to do mesh should be found differently. Okay. What is linksider? Linksider is this game that we're working on. And we are rewriting it. The link is there. Yes. So, okay. So it almost works. It's just on a different side, that it should not be on that side. Hold on, actually, if we do it like that, we need to rotate it another way. And I think we need to do something like we need to have this. So by default, its sprite is on the bottom of the tile, and to move it so that it's centered, so negative 0.50, and we are rotating. This is the side. So if the side is to the right, and it's 0, so I need to rotate it so it's 0 first. Which means negative e divided by 2. Yeah. Okay, maybe that. I like when you sing on stream. Wait. But I sing all the time. Okay, this works, but it's in the middle of the sprite, and I want it to be not in the middle of the sprite. Right? So I actually want this to be not centered like that. I want it to be centered at the negative 0.5 and negative and 0.5. And the thing that I sing is the brainwaves music, because that's what I'm listening all the time, right? So I'm either singing the farting music or the linksider music. That's basically it. Okay, I think we finally have the jump power. Okay. So we have it rendered properly also. And another song called... Well, I once made my own music actually, and I was singing that too. Okay, Davey. I have a thing. So we was just talking, right? So let's say that we are in this situation. I wonder what's inside your battle. Yeah, that's a good music. That's a good one. All right. So here's the thing, Davey. When we're in this, we were talking about. So like you are in a soft lock like this, and then I'm pressing left. So then the next jump that's happening is going to take into consideration the input. But now, if I move to the left because of that, I'm only taking into the consideration the actual player input, right? So I can move to the left and start this going up and down. In order for it to work like before, I need to hold down the left button, and then I'm going to jump like that. So should it be taken into consideration both player input and the previous location? Right? That's what should be happening? So what exactly is the logic here for the jump, is what I'm asking. If we have a jump, we keep it as what it was for now? Okay. I mean, I can do both, I guess. I need at least change how it was. After most stuffs are done, we can think about it. Well, I mean, you can test it already. I'm still going to need to change to make it work like before. I think it's not too hard. Let me check the jump. So when we're jumping from this to this, right, I am taking into consideration the input, right? I'm going to change it if we want to completely disable the input on the jump. Hmm. I would say keep both. Hold on, what was exactly the logic? The logic was our previous position, right? Previous horizontal position. Or the previous like single turn position. Because I think when we implemented this on the bevy side, we had it the previous horizontal position, right? Because but still, like, isn't this more logical than that when we are falling down, we are going into this lock? So like when you're falling down, you are going to be able to control yourself if we have both, because that's also going to be logical, you know? Because when you just rotate it on the floor, then we are going to basically override your input with the previous movement. Otherwise, you're going to be able to choose, because when you're falling down vertically, you're going to be able to select, basically. I don't know if that's a good idea, but I think I want to try that. You didn't do much levels based on the previous horizontal position. We can just try it and see if it feels nice or not. You can try the current jumps on the bevy branch, and this is going to be here. And if we want, we can change that later. Okay. So basically, we're going to be processing turn. Right? I think over here, we do something like this. So basically, it means that the previous move needs to be part of the state of the game, I think. So we need to have previous position available for basically for every player. Position, previous, or previous. What should it be? Should it be the previous input? Okay, here's another question, Davey. Where should I be moving when I jump? Okay, let me draw a level for you. Let me just draw something here. So what if I am going to jump from this block, from the bottom, right? But I move on it by moving from the ceiling, basically, you know? What if I have a magnet on enough sides that I can move on the ceiling, right? Which means that to go from this position to the position on the right, to go from here to here, I'm pressing the left button, not the right button, right? So I was rotating to the left. I was rotating counterclockwise. So where should I be jumping here? If we based it on the actual like position, like before, it would be to the right. Because we were moving to the right. But usually when we move to the right, you rotate clockwise. But when you move to the right on the ceiling, it's counterclockwise, you know? Still to the right because it's based on velocity. Do we move to the right but rotate to the left? Okay. Fine. Based on velocity, you say. Previous position. Position. No, 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 no. And no, 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 no. Where should I be updating the previous position? After the turn has been processed, so over here. When we're checking the moves. After processing the turn. Right? Right, so for player and self players, we do player previous position is equal to player position. Like that. This should not be public then. Because this is like transient. No, no, no. Maybe this should be public. But the previous position is going to be equal until we actually perform the moves. Okay, I can change this logic too. Because now yeah. Now I don't like the idea of this moves being extracted and making non-mutable methods. Anyway, this is going to work now, right? I just need to use my previous position on the jump. When I'm jumping from, basically, I'm saying that if we need monads. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. You tried doing the game in Idris, right? Did you decided to abandon the Idris? Haskiller, yeah. Haskell is nice, but I think like Rust is nicer though. Like Rust has some features that Haskell doesn't have, and Haskell has some features that Rust doesn't have. I'm not sure which one is better. It just doesn't have a good package manager. It's too hard for you. Okay, I see. Haskell is nice, but you never managed to do anything non-trivial in it. Yeah, I think the language itself is nice, but it's hard. Yeah, I mean, technically, I never did anything non-trivial myself, but I have been reading on it, and I have been reading some code on using it. The reason I'm not using it is mostly just because of how hard is it to reason about performance in Haskell, because of the laziness of the language and everything. Like if you want to write performant Haskell, it's not going to look like Haskell anymore. I do wish Rust would let you impl 4 whilst not writing the types out again, like you can in Haskell implementations. No, it's that's just a syntax though. Syntax doesn't matter much. It's just syntax sugar. Yes, sure, we can have some more of that. Hostile style carrying. Like depending on the implementation is also just a syntax sugar. You just want monads. Effect system. Is that what it's called? Current point freestyle. I mean, yeah, sometimes like I wish that the syntax for like if we talk about syntax also, one of the things in a lot of languages is that so like in Haskell, you don't need to when you call a function, you call instead of ABC, you just do FABC, right? So that's like that's something that other languages do, right? But something that other languages do, like Kotlin or I think Nim, is F, A, B, and then C. Where C, but this only works where C is a specific thing, which is a block. So if C is a block, then you can do this, or that. So this means that like things like for can be like a function instead, you know? It's just a syntax sugar for a lambda as the last argument to a function. You could like algebraic effects, so you only read about it too. Yeah, I also only read about it a little bit. Karen is kind of a lambda shortcut like this. Yeah, I know. But Karen is not only a syntax sugar. It has a cost to this abstraction, I think, if you do it like straightforwardly in Rust. It's not going to be a zero cost abstraction, but a shortcut for just the last argument is just syntax sugar. Anyway, what was I doing? Add A is a shortcut for this. Yeah, I know. I know, but I don't know. This, yeah, I know, but it is, I don't know. I feel like this is too much for Rust. This is too much. There should be a different, like, syntax for it instead of just add A. Some all the things is a fold add. Yeah, yeah. I understand why. It makes sense in Haskell, but I don't know. Anyway, that's all just syntax, so it doesn't matter, really. I was doing something, guys. What was I doing? It would have to be opt-in. It needs to be like more explicit, is what I'm saying. Oh, yeah, that's right. I was fixing the jump. Agreed screen is, yeah, because it's now darker than before. Which means that I need to choose a darker color, or this is hard. Green screen is hard. Whatever. That's okay. I think I'm going to end soon. I'm just going to implement the jump and then I'm going to end. It has been like almost 12 hours. Shit. Let me do this. Let input is going to be well, I need the player first. Let me take a reference to the player. Player is a reference to the player, and then we do input is if player previous position minus input. Let last move is going to be player position minus player previous position. Like by default any function cannot be carried. Yeah, I don't know. That's like, I don't know. That doesn't feel rusty anymore. I don't know. I feel like, you know what? I feel like there should be just a function that's called curry, you know? That's called curry. That would be more rusty, I think. Which takes a function, which is implement fn from a and b, right? Like a and b, and takes a of type a, and this basically returns something that implements function that takes a b, you know? Something like that. That would be more rusty, and then you would use like carry function A. So carry what? Carry fold add, right? This is going to be some, right? I think at this point you lose the convenience of carrying. Do you think? Maybe, I don't know. It's more expensive though, which is why I like it more. Or just have it like in Haskell, but like I said, it has a cost to it, so it goes against the Rust principles. I think it's not a zero cost abstraction, right? We don't need it anyway. Yeah, I think it's okay without it. It doesn't really matter. I don't see myself like it's convenient for some stuff, but it doesn't matter like a lot. Let input is be this. So this is the last move. So if last move x absolute player position cell minus player previous position cell. Yeah. So if the x absolute is going to be equal to 1 and last move y is equal to 0. So if we're moving strictly horizontally, I think, then we say that input is going to be input from integer from sign of last move, I think, like this. Otherwise, we just get the original input of the player from sign of a value that's integer match x sign. We say -1 self left, 0 self skip, 1 self right, unreachable otherwise. Okay, so this is going to now work as we had it before, right? Okay, so now we're moving to the right, we're jumping to the right. But also, let me do this. So if if I'm falling down this cliff, then because the last movement was me moving down, right? It was a vertical movement. So it makes sense that I can do this, okay? Davey, are you okay with that? So then I can like go back when I press right on the bottom point, you know? It's like you should go left though. Okay, Davey. Davey. Let me do this. Let me do this. Let me do this. Let me do this. No. That's not right. What would be a cool way to block jump higher just to be able to jump up a longer path? Wait, hold on, wait. What that would be a cool way to make block jump higher? Like to be able to jump up a longer path. Huh? What? So the change that we made is that when you're falling down vertically, you can control yourself when doing like doing a pogo stack jump. You know. The level is wrong. What I wanted to do, I guess, is to move this entity where. No, hold on. My brain isn't working anymore. So over here is on the left, here's on the top, here's on the right. Okay, so we need this. We need a hole over here. Okay, here's what I want. Basically, why I think this change makes sense, right? So if we over here fall down, right, we start just jumping up and down. Does this make sense? I think this makes sense, right? Because before, what was happening is that you were jumping to the right like this, but now you can actually control it. When you're jumping up and down, you can press buttons. It just makes more sense to me when we're doing a long vertical fall off a ledge and block jumps higher than normal jump. Oh wait, Davey, do you like that idea? When we fall off a ledge, should we jump to the same height that we fell from? No, I don't think that's good. See, now it's trapped. Well, I can just press right. Yeah, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. But I think it's hard to figure out exactly what should be the mechanics here. Like, let's say that there was a block here, right? There was a block here, and then okay, this is a very, very deep hole, okay? So what you are saying is that when you were falling down this hole, we should be able to jump back onto this block to the right. But what if we wanted to instead like jump from this like infinitely long hole to this block, right? How do we control it? Now we can only jump to the same height than we were before. I guess that's... I guess, yeah. I don't know. Well, Davey is not here, so I'm going to. Or Davey's thinking about it, I don't know. So I'm going to say that... Oh, Davey is here. Yeah, it kind of makes sense when you do a long fall, but then how do we decide how long the fall is to be able to bounce? I mean, the last fall, when we started falling from, right? We just need to understand when we started falling, basically. And then record that so that we know the height. You could move right during the jump to get the lower ledge. You need gravity. No. We don't want physics here, basically. Okay, it's a turn-based game. We need to have rules about how everything works. I think still for small fall, you should carry the horizontal velocity. So how small? Okay, so Codeman is saying that for big fall, we need to jump high. And Davey is saying that for small fall, we need to continue jumping to the same direction that we were jumping before. Okay, so what are the rules exactly for the jump here then? So what are the rules exactly for the jump? Are we saying that when we're doing a fall of one block, then it means that we're going to jump to the right. And also the jump height in this case would be 2 blocks. So like the jump height is going to be at least 2 blocks always, right? But a maximum should be maybe it should be something like this. We need to have a minimum height of the jump, the maximum height of the jump, and then we clamp the fall height to that range, you know. So that's how we determine the jump height, and then the horizontal velocity is only for 1 block falls. Maybe, I don't know. Is it like okay, but okay, we need to like tell that to the user though somehow. Also, like I was saying, here's one issue that we have in the game, right? Because we can have multiple entities moving at the same time, but it's because this is a turn-based game. We need every animation to have the same duration, and in order for the game to look not weird, right? Every animation needs to have this same amount of time, right? So jumping 3 blocks, if we make like jumping 4 blocks, jumping 5 blocks, if we make like omega jumps, the animation should be taking the same amount of time, right? But then it would be taking different amount of time from falling, which means that sometimes I need to be falling multiple blocks at the same time. Your brain is melting. Yeah. Making this game is hard. Okay, have you tried playing this? You need to try playing this. Your brain is going to be melting when you play this too. It's a puzzle game, which is why it's like, yeah, it's constant brain melting for everyone, for the developers, for players. I still feel like we just keep it as simple as usual. Why are we making it more complicated? Well, we need to think about all of the possibilities, you know? Okay, fine. But, okay. So we keep it as it is right now, you know? Then. Which is, I think this is simpler. Like, then the fall of 1, like that. The fall of 1 is not going to make you, it's going to make you do this. Because that's easy, you know? The way we had it before is not super logical because of the long falls. So in order to make this consistent, we make 1 fall also do this. And only the 0 fall is doing nothing. Like before. Okay. So that's it. That's it. This way it's always not logical because of the short fall. Wait, but no, the short fall is still logical. What do you mean? This is logical. You see, like, we're rotating, then we're falling down. We're falling straight down. That's why we don't continue moving to the right. I mean, if we want to, we can continue, right? But we can also go back. Because we have been doing the straight vertical. Even although, like, it's faster, which is why you don't, which is why it's different, right? But still, I think that's good. Let me just do exits, list of exit. Is it called exit? It's called goal. Okay. Okay, so goal is also goal position. And the mesh. But mesh should not be here. Okay. One, three, two. Okay. Goals. Is a goal. Then we map. Like that. Goal. Just position and mesh. Okay. Well, what really matters is still the way it. Oh, that's how I fixed the green screen, by the way. I just turned the lights on. Lol. What really matters is still the way it impacts the game design, not how the physics in reality works. Well, the main thing that really matters is the player interpretation of what's happening in the game. They should be able to tell like why are things going the thing, right? Which is why the change of the friction on the floor and removing that friction of the floor that we have now is better than it was before, right? Can also explain other ways. Okay. Okay, maybe, I don't know. So if goal is equal to the player position, any goal, any player, right? That's how we do it. Wait, did we ever have wait, I think you never had a level with multiple goals, did you, Davey? If multiple goals are there on the game, we should make a player go to every goal, I think. So all of the goals should have a player inside of it. So for every goal, any player should be in it. Okay. So if there's no goals in the level, it's just going to be skipped immediately. Okay. Nice. Two player both into both goal to finish. Yeah, exactly. If you have 3 players, then you can spare one. One doesn't need to go. But basically, you need to activate 2 goals, is what this means, right? At the same time to finish the level. Okay, so basically I'm going to say here that when we ended the animation. By the way, here's what we have right now. Right now, when you go into a goal with a jump underneath the player, you're going to activate the goal. But if there's 2 players, like, should you be standing still? Also, I guess not, because we sometimes have like 4 jumps on 4 sides. Or maybe for that level, you just need to remove the jump from the bottom. I don't know. Let's keep it as it was before for now. Which means that I am going to when we end the animation, we say over here, we are performing the moves, the animations have been finished. And now over here I say that if self state finished, then change level 1. So go to the next level. Otherwise we can like start the animations and everything. Yeah. Okay. I'm also drawing the goal. So am I going to be able to play the games now? I think you lock the player that reached the goal. Okay, so we have the goal now. And we can jump over there. Huh? Why is there 2? Is there 2 goals on this level? There's not, right? How do I reset assets world LDTK? How do I reset hard? I don't know. Git. Okay. Moves. Wait, what? No. Did I 3 files? Undo. How do I undo? Undo last commit. Hold on. I know how to do it in VS Code, but not in command line. Git undo last commit. But have it still there, not hard, soft. Uncommitted local modification. Okay. Reset soft had 1. Yeah, that's what I want. Okay, world LTK. And now this one I want to remove. How do I remove that? Git discard file changes. Git restore. Changes that haven't been committed. Git restore. That's a new way of Git, I think. It's one of the newer commands. Git restore. Assets rolled. LDTK. Alright. Now we can try running. Okay, so here's the level that we had. Wait, hold on. I'm not drawing the power-ups though. Why am I not drawing the power-ups? For power-up. Power-up. I cannot go to definition. My Rust analyzer isn't working anymore. Again. That's wonderful. Wait, I have two things that are called goals. How did that happen? Hold on. What? Power-ups. How did that even happen? Goals. What? No field effector. What? Power up. Okay. Power ups. Over here, goals. No. Power ups.